Hello.
There we go. That was not too difficult. Wow, this is big. Good morning, everyone. My name is Philip Babs. I'm with the FreeBSD Foundation, and I'm here to give a presentation which was originally entitled "FreeBSD is not a Linux distribution." Does anyone here use Linux? Yes, you don't have to live this way. So, FreeBSD is another open source operating system. It's a little bit older than Linux and has many exciting features which I'll talk about. I'll give a brief overview of what's in FreeBSD and then intersperse it with what's new in our FreeBSD 12 release. So a little bit of terminology first. There are three things called FreeBSD. One of the things called FreeBSD is obviously the FreeBSD operating system, which has been around since, well, historically the BSD operating systems have been around since the 70s. They were a Unix from the 90s. The FreeBSD project was born out of a port of BSD to the 86. And the FreeBSD project has been going on as a distinct group of open source developers with mailing lists and infrastructure, lively developer community. So that's the FreeBSD project. So the project is a community. FreeBSD itself is the operating system. And finally, there's also the FreeBSD Foundation, which is the youngest thing called FreeBSD, which is also old enough to drink, I think, at least in some parts of the world. It's been around since 2001 and is organized as a non-profit in the US. So if you happen to be a US company and have money to spare, the FreeBSD Foundation is always happy to relieve you of this burden. The FreeBSD Foundation uses its funds to send people like me and Wen, who's in the back there, to conferences like this to talk about FreeBSD and to introduce our operating system to you. So, well, who uses this FreeBSD thing? Lots of people, it turns out, and you might be using FreeBSD without knowing about it. So FreeBSD as an operating system can be used as a whole by itself, or it can be used as a set of parts. So, so names on this slide are companies like Netflix, who use FreeBSD to push about a third of the traffic on the internet. Their content delivery appliance is basically a big FreeBSD machine with lots of fast disks and lots of fast I/O. WhatsApp also uses FreeBSD as an operating system, so they run FreeBSD on however many servers they've got to send and route your messages. But other users of FreeBSD are companies like NetApp, who basically take the FreeBSD kernel and replace everything except for the bits they like, and they run their own storage stack on top of FreeBSD. NetApp only uses the network stack. Then there's companies like Apple. MacOS is a FreeBSD derivative. It uses huge chunks of the kernel, the scheduler, the network stack, and essentially all of their POSIX compliant user space is just FreeBSD. And different ways of running FreeBSD, the whole thing like Netflix or WhatsApp or Juniper, or you can use bits and pieces of it. So that makes FreeBSD nice. So why do these companies like us? Well, for one thing, they like us because of our license. We have a 2-clause BSD license, which doesn't restrict you to what you can do with the operating system. It doesn't try to restrict what you can do with it. Give it away for free, you can use it. There's no requirement that your derivative is open source. If you want to build a proprietary derivative of FreeBSD, great, go ahead. If you want to tell us about it, that's nice. If you want to contribute us back, we would love that. But there's no requirement to do this. So FreeBSD is a very helpful and very useful operating system for commercial deployments where the infectious or viral nature of the GPL is unhelpful. Other reasons companies and communities like FreeBSD is because of our community. We have a very tight-knit community which has members who've been developing on FreeBSD for over 20 years. I've had a FreeBSD commitment for 15 years now, which is terrifying. And whoops, my slides are disappearing. I don't know what's happening, but that's all right. The other slides are actually prettier, but yeah. So our community is very friendly and welcoming. Many active mailing lists, hundreds of them, and we are more than happy to welcome new contributors to our community. Other things people like about our community is our concept of mentoring. The FreeBSD project is very good at selecting new developers. If you show up on a mailing list with a patch, you will be punished for this. A good deed never goes unpunished. You will be, eventually you'll be mentored into polishing your patch. And if you keep sending patches, we'll give you a commitment so you can commit your own changes. So the FreeBSD community is very welcoming, and we like to mentor new members into our team. And finally, well, not finally, but the final thing on this slide is our documentation. FreeBSD developers, like all BSD developers, really like writing documentation. We don't consider anything done until it's documented. And this is clearly in stark contrast with Linux, where there is no documentation, or the documentation is spread over many web pages on the internet and invariably stale. FreeBSD has documentation installed with the operating system, so that you can go and sit in a cave or on the beach or on a mountain and just get work done without needing an internet connection. And the documentation which is installed with your operating system is going to reflect the reality of your operating system, which I think is really nice. We have three kinds of documentation. We have the online documentation, which I just mentioned, which is installed with your operating system. So we have Unix man pages, man something, and you will get the nitty-gritty implementation details of particular commands. We also have a more cookbook-style document, which people really like. It's the FreeBSD book. We also install it as part of the operating system as a set of HTML pages, but the latest and greatest version is always available on our webpage. We've also published it, I think, twice or three times as a paper book. So you can go on Amazon and you can buy the FreeBSD handbook and put it on your bookshelf and refer to it like a cookbook. There's a couple of other books which have been written about FreeBSD, but the handbook is kept up to date together with the operating system. There's a couple of chapters which are a bit stale, but in general, the handbook is really accessible and up to date. The handbook also exists in several translations. I have no the Chinese translation is, or how many Chinese translations there are, or whether it's the correct Chinese, but there are translations, and we welcome people to translate the documents or the handbook into more languages as needed. And finally, we also have a wiki, which is more lively documents where people write their experiences with certain parts of the operating system. And eventually, some of these wiki pages make their way into the handbook, but the wiki is a more fast-paced document. So enough about documentation. What are we actually documenting? Well, we have this operating system you see, and the FreeBSD operating system is a little bit different from Linux. We have a kernel, which is in some way similar to Linux. It's a monolithic Unix-like kernel, multi-threaded, runs on many CPUs, high performance, and all that sort of goodness. But the FreeBSD project also produces its userland. In the Linux world, you can't do anything with the kernel alone. I would argue that you can't do anything with the kernel at all, but that's my opinion. The FreeBSD kernel comes with its own C library and all of the utilities which you're used to on a operating system. In our kernel, we support many of the popular architectures you're used to, like Intel, AMD 64, but also things like ARM and PowerPC and MIPS Spark 64. Spark 64 needs to die a fiery death, but there you go. We also have good RISC-V ports. If you're know about RISC-V, good, yes. The FreeBSD RISC-V port is increasingly mature. There's lots of people who are involved with the RISC-V architecture who are also bringing up FreeBSD on RISC-V. So the FreeBSD port of RISC-V is basically in sync with RISC-V development. That's probably the best operating system to run on your RISC-V, provided that you're running a RISC-V which can run a Unix-like operating system. We support all of the programming interfaces. The BSD interface is clearly the socket interface was born on BSD. Obviously, we still support it. Unix, POSIX, what have you, we support all that. Our network stack is the reference implementation for many network protocols. IPv6 was developed initially on FreeBSD. Our IPv6 stack is probably the most complete IPv6 stack out there. We also support some more exotic protocols like AppleTalk and ATM. I think ATM needs to die, but we still support it. But our kernel has a single coherent build system across components, so we don't have anything. We have a single file that configures your kernel. There's no endless menu interface like Linux. It's really easy to build a FreeBSD kernel for whatever system you might have. It's a little bit more difficult in Linux to shrink it to tiny environments, but depending on your application, you can build a kernel with a very simple command. I've mentioned our network stack. You can go through this. We support IPv4 and IPv6 concurrently. You can run FreeBSD without IPv4 support, as it works. You can also run it without IPv6 support, but why would you want to do that? We support pluggable congestion control algorithms. I think this is new in FreeBSD 12, or it might have been in FreeBSD 11 as well, where our default congestion control algorithm for TCP is Neurino, but if you want to experiment with things like Cubic, or you want to be aggressively antisocial on the internet, you can also use BBR, and it's pluggable, so you don't have to restart your machine, or you don't have to fiddle too much to change your congestion control algorithm. In addition to networking, FreeBSD has very robust file systems. Our primary file system historically is UFS, which has been around since the 70s. Was developed on BSD originally. On FreeBSD, it has a couple of nice new features. It has snapshots, and it has background file system checks, and journal soft updates, and fun things like that. But the main file system people like on FreeBSD these days is ZFS, which is both a volume manager and a file system, and it has no practical limits on use. Does anyone use ZFS? You want ZFS. You really want ZFS. If you care about your data at all, you want to use ZFS. It's fully supported and up to date on FreeBSD, so after Sun imploded, FreeBSD was the main open source operating system running ZFS. There's a port of ZFS to Linux as well, called ZFS on Linux, and now open ZFS efforts where one organization is going to have the single source of truth of ZFS, and FreeBSD pulls from that. The Linux port also pulls from that. In FreeBSD 12 on ZFS, we have a couple of shiny new things. Our boot environments have been updated in FreeBSD. There's a native tool included with the operating system, bktil, which allows you to create and manage your boot environments. If you've not heard of a boot environment is basically a full system snapshot which you can roll back to and upgrade without impacting the rest of your system. If you're used to other operating systems like Windows, it's like a restore point, or macOS, a time machine snapshot, where you just you create a snapshot of your entire system, you upgrade your system, and if everything explodes in your face, which never happens on FreeBSD because our updates are very robust, you can just roll back. But it also allows you to do very easy testing of new features without impacting your workflow. You might have a boot environment with FreeBSD current, and then your main system could be FreeBSD stable, and you just reboot into your current boot environment when you need it. FreeBSD, as I said, is very active in the ZFS development. We are in the OpenZFS project, and the ZFS on Linux people are good friends. There are regular calls with the ZFS team to keep ZFS on FreeBSD a first-class citizen. One of the shiny new features that's coming into FreeBSD very soon now is expansion for RAID Z volume. So currently, if you want to expand your ZFS RAID Z set, you have to add a new RAID Z volume, but that's going to change so that you can extend it. If you just grow your disk, so you add disk, you can extend the same volume across those disks. Very shiny. Yeah, I think that's probably enough about the kernel. Our user space is kind of nice. We have a complete and integrated Unix userland, which has all of the basic tools just in the install. So when you install Linux, you might know this, the first thing you do on Linux is you install 100,000 other things just to get work done. If you're a C developer, most Linux distributions don't bother installing a compiler, and this is intensely frustrating. FreeBSD installs everything. It's a lot more like macOS or Windows in that respect. We just install you all the tools you might need to get work done. It takes a bit more disk space, but you need the tools anyway. Our kernel and our userland are maintained together by the same people, so you don't have this awkward situation where parts of your operating system might not like other parts of your operating system because they're out of date. We maintain our userland and our kernel in sync with each other, and I've mentioned this once or twice before, we have a very strong focus on documentation and consistency, so we try to operate a principle of least surprise. FreeBSD has pervasive security features. I think I'm going to run a little bit out of time unless I speed up a bit. Security is a pervasive feature of the FreeBSD operating system. We think about security as we develop our operating system. It's not an afterthought. We don't just bolt on the security as an afterthought. So some of the things we've done in FreeBSD 12 in terms of security is we've updated OpenSSL to their long-term support version. FreeBSD historically had a fairly stale version of OpenSSL. We've now updated it to the latest and greatest, or whatever the latest and greatest was not long ago. We've also updated OpenSSH, and we've started adding Capsicum supports to many of our userland tools. Capsicum is a FreeBSD technology which allows you to sandbox parts of a single process. So if you have something like TCP dump or SSH, where parts of the system have to run with elevated privileges and other parts don't, you can sandbox the things which need elevated privilege so they can't interfere with the rest of the system. Other security features we've added, you can go read the release notes. An operating system by itself, of course, is not very good if you can't run any other software on it. We have a ports collection and a package collection, which allows you to run any software that runs on any other Unix operating system on FreeBSD unmodified. And we distribute binary packages for all of our tier 1 architectures, so everything for AIM4, i386, and ARM64, we distribute binary packages, and they're always going to be up to date, modular days or so. It's also very easy to build your own packages if you have exotic requirements or things like that. Another thing I'd like to mention in FreeBSD is our Linux binary compatibility, or as I call it, Linux personality disorder. We have a kernel feature which allows you to run many Linux binaries unmodified. So if you have a piece of software which is developed for Linux, of which you have no source code, you can run the binary natively on FreeBSD. So things that are known to work are many of the CAB tools like Eagle and Mentor and a couple of others. And also some proprietary databases like Oracle. And sometimes the software actually runs faster on FreeBSD under the Linux kernel API than it does on Linux. So let's talk a little bit about releases. FreeBSD has time-based releases. We don't do the silly thing where we only release software when it's ready, because software is never ready. Software is a gas. It expands to fill all available space, and it will never be done. So we have a release engineering team, and we release our operating systems on a time-based time scale. We feel very strongly about what we call the principle of least astonishment. We don't break things that work. FreeBSD upgrades are non-events. So an upgrade from FreeBSD 12.0 to 12.1 is painless. You can run that in the background, you can run it at night, you can run it in a cron job if you like. It's not going to break. Increasingly, major release upgrades are also fairly painless, so 11.3 or 11.2 rather to 12.0 should also be a non-event. We try to release on a fairly strict schedule, of course, because we're open source developers, we're volunteers. Our schedules are occasionally a little bit flexible, but we usually hit our release targets within reasonable on-timeness. Our support model is that we have stable branches and a head branch, and we support our stable branches for 3 months after the next stable, after the next point release. So if you install FreeBSD 12.0 now, and we release 12.1, then you have 3 months to update to 12.1. It's fairly painless, and the FreeBSD update mechanism actually tells you this. But before you can upgrade FreeBSD, you should actually have FreeBSD in the first place. So you should get your hands dirty. As of FreeBSD 12.0, we have images available with all the major cloud providers. So if you have a server or a VPS or something in one of the major clouds like Amazon or Azure or DigitalOcean or whatever, you can get a FreeBSD image on there, and it should not take you more than about a minute or two to install FreeBSD. If you want to play with FreeBSD more locally, you can also download FreeBSD for VirtualBox or VMware to run on your laptop. And if you're really, really brave, you can of course just run FreeBSD on your laptop. But that's often a slightly painful experience because of power management. And with that, I think I am out of time, or I might have a minute for questions. Apparently not. Time's up. Great. Thank you very much. Do I have time for questions? No. Has everyone downloaded FreeBSD? Your homework tonight is to install FreeBSD. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, let me introduce Scott Colton. His talk is titled Pushing Upstream, and he is with Microsoft. So we'll get it started a couple minutes ahead of time there.
Good morning, thank you very much. So some people think that this is going to be a weird talk coming from Microsoft because they don't often associate Microsoft with open source. But Microsoft actually does love open source. So there's a whole team of people, including myself, that only work on open source technologies. And why is open source so important to Microsoft? Well, it's important to us because we've already seen the next big innovation come out of a market that is not a technology market at the moment. So what I'm talking about is markets like Indonesia, markets like Africa, where they don't have as much money as the American markets, but they use free open source technologies to build innovation. These people are going to push the boundaries of what's next. Microsoft wants to support them, and there's a whole heap of projects we've got on doing that. So I'm actually running Windows today because I forgot my actual clicker and I'm using my Surface Pen. But usually I run Linux and I work on Linux-based projects. So from an open source point of view, there's some projects we've got. Obviously there's GitHub, it's free for all the developers to use. There's VS Code, which everyone knows, hopefully you use it. If not, it's really good. I actually used to, before I joined Microsoft, I used to build my own Vim plugins. Then someone said to me, you can just download code, install the Vim bindings, and everything will just work. And I was like, no way, it won't. And I did it, and it just worked, and I'm not going back. It's really strange. And I was on Vim for like 15 years. But I'm not going to talk about those projects today. one of the big releases that we did do yesterday, and this is for the other side of innovation, is we released the Linux kernel, open source Linux kernel in Windows. And you might think that's strange. There's a whole bunch of enterprises out there that are finding it hard to keep up with the change to open source. So this is helping the other side of the fence. So I talked about open source technology for innovation in new upcoming markets. This is for innovation to come from the enterprise side, because they're seeing Linux and they're like, I'm not really used to it, and this would be the .NET developers and people of that. But one of the most important things that we're associated with is the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. And this is what I'm going to do most of the talk on. How many people here know what the CNCF is? Okay, we've only got one or two people. So Cloud Native Computing Foundation is a foundation set up by the Linux Foundation, but it specializes in hosting projects or incubating projects that are to do with cloud native computing. And that is a bit of a marketing kind of term. What is cloud native computing? So some of the projects start from Kubernetes and they go NATs for messaging, and then things like container registries, container runtimes, two or three projects of the same type in CNCF, and they go through an incubation project, and then they go in sandbox, and then they build momentum and get promoted into incubation, and then they get promoted into graduated status. And once you make graduated status, that means you're a fully fledged project in the open source. So an example of that sort of project would be Kubernetes. Most people know what Kubernetes is. If you haven't contributed to it or used it, it's governed by CNCF. And what that means is that it's a vendor-neutral place for projects to go. So you don't have like Microsoft controlling Kubernetes. You don't have Google controlling Kubernetes. We all sit at the table and we have an equal voice across like feature set and functionality and what we need. And this is what is super important about CNCF. It allows a place for open source projects to go, be supported, but also be vendor neutral and have multiple vendors chip in. I saw this tweet come out last night actually, or the other day, and this is super important. This is to me says what CNCF is about. With an end user at Velocity and troubleshot an issue with Helm, which is a CNCF project on Microsoft Azure, because it's cloud native. And that's one of the projects that are in the CNCF. So the focus is on being vendor neutral and allowing people to work together to build better applications and innovative. A company that builds software, unless you're a cloud vendor, that says, I can run Kubernetes the best and gets money for it. It's more like, how can we innovate our company software to get to market quicker and innovate faster? So one of the major projects we work on is Kubernetes. Kubernetes, how much Kubernetes is? Most of people, cool. This is one of the projects that's near and dear to my heart. This is something that I work on most of the time. Would you believe that in Microsoft we have a team that works on upstream Kubernetes, and we push functionality into Kubernetes upstream before porting it back to Azure? That's one of the ethoses that we have in the cloud computing team. So a really good example of this was when we pushed Windows support into Kubernetes 1.14 support, 1.14 release. That was pushed into upstream Kubernetes before it was backported to Azure. So one of the, as I said, we've got at Microsoft is really, really pushing upstream to the project in the CNCF, allowing other people to use it as well, because they will be able to innovate. There's no way that us as Microsoft can do the same job that across the CNCF landscape can do. The amount of contributors there are on the Kubernetes bridge. So we build and push to that first and then migrate backwards. Kubernetes is probably one of the most important projects for CNCF because this is the one that really kicked it off for them. Obviously it's come out of Google, but now it's supported by all the major cloud providers, and even in the Asia market, we've got a lot of contributions from Alibaba Cloud. They're actually one of the companies that are pushing this the furthest. And there's another project called Virtual Kubelet that I'll talk about in a little bit. They are really, really running with this and pushing it really hard. But Kubernetes is the base of what CNCF is, And it also has been the base of what people can do. That's super important. The other project we at Microsoft have started with is Helm. How many people have heard of Helm? Only one, two? Okay, so Helm is a package management for Kubernetes. So if you imagine you've got an application in Kubernetes, you need to define like the application itself, you might have to define the ingress controller, then you might have to define the storage, and the application might have 3 tiers. If you do that all by hand on Kubernetes, that's a whole heap of YAML files, and it's not really shareable or portable for other people to use. This is where Helm comes in. Helm allows you to wrap your application up and then deploy it or share it amongst other people on the internet. So not too dissimilar to the way configuration management worked back before we had containers. So if you go to Helm's GitHub repo, there's a charts repo, and you'll see that there's a whole heap of vendors there that have built pre-built Helm charts for you to start using Helm on Kubernetes, using the application on Kubernetes. So if you're just starting with Kubernetes and you want Jenkins as a CI/CD server, you can just go to the step chart, download the Kubernetes, Jenkins, plug in a few parameters about your URL and credentials and things like that, and then you use Helm to deploy it, and you're up and running in a couple of minutes. So the whole point was, how can we build a framework that allows people to reuse their applications built on top of Kubernetes? And this is Helm. This has been donated now to the CNCF. We have like over 400 contributors, including chart authors, and also contributors to the actual project itself. There was some conjecture about Helm not being secure. It's just been fixed in version 3. I don't know what Tiller is. Tiller was the server-side interface that the Helm client spoke to. That's gone now. So it's much more secure, and we've listened to the feedback from the open source community in making changes. Again, all these projects that I'm talking about, if you're interested, you can go to the CNCF website, you can have a look. There's information on how to get on their Slack channel. There's information how to join their weekly meetings. Now, some of these meetings in this time zone is not so good, but they're always recorded if you're interested. So if there's any project that I'm talking about now, you can definitely join in and find out information about it. The next project that I'm going to talk about that come from Microsoft, but we pushed upstream before we actually migrated back into Azure, is Virtual Kubelet. So what is Virtual Kubelet and why did it come about? So some of the things, the feedback we got at Azure, and I'm sure Google got the same one, Amazon got the same, is people love Kubernetes. One of the things, if you've got like 1,000 node cluster, is you still have to look after the operational overhead of patching the nodes, looking after the nodes, any vulnerabilities come out. Now Kubernetes is better at handling this because you can take it, you can drain the functionality of calls to the node and start to replace them, but there's still overhead of old school manageability of the nodes. At Azure we had ACI, which is this Azure Container Interface. And what that is an API that allows you to burst. There was a crazy idea from the product team, said, what happens if we could remove the nodes and just speak to the API and it acted like a node? So therefore, customers could burst their pods to this other service. So if you're on AWS, it would be Fargate. If you're on Alibaba Cloud, I believe it's EBI, I think, or they've got a container one as well. And what happens if you had no nodes and you had no operational overhead? So imagine a world where Kubernetes itself is an API that you spoke to, and then the node, you had no nodes behind it. You could just look after innovating your application and not worry about the operational overhead that you would need with patching, security, and all the rest of it. This will all be looked after for you. And we thought what we needed to do is look at a way we can do that and be vendor neutral. So we built Virtual Kubelet. Virtual Kubelet then has a plugin system where any cloud vendor or any vendor can build a plugin, a Go plugin, and then we can talk to their API. So as I said, one of the people that have gone crazy with this is Alibaba Cloud. They figured out a whole heap of things that they needed externally for this. So they've got another project called Viking, which looks after DNS replication across inside Virtual Kubelet. And they actually ran Virtual Kubelet on their Black Friday sale. There's a really good talk from KubeCon this year about the amount of transactions they got and the burstability of this project. So that's the other thing with virtual kubelet is a lot of customers at the moment are over provisioning their Kubernetes clusters because they're worried about burstability. So it's about 30-something%, so they can auto scale their pods. The other thing that we heard back from customers is, and this is across Kubernetes or the cloud in general, if you need to burst a node in a scaling group, it'll take about 3 minutes. Alibaba Cloud said actually it's a minute. So imagine if we lost 3 minutes. That's a lot of transactions for them on the Black Friday sale. So this is why they've gone with virtual kubelet. They've actually taken this even further, and this is some of the innovation that I really love with open sourcing stuff, is they've actually come up with a reference implementation of a multi-tenanted Kubernetes service using virtual kubelet and 2 control planes. So you have a master control plane, a tenant control plane, and then the tenant only speaks to virtual kubelet, then their workloads are burstable up to whatever they use. So that's being also pushed upstream to the working group in Kubernetes, and not saying that that will be the end reference implementation for multi-tenancy, but they're the first people to actually go out and put something under load, where the rest of us are still drawing stuff on like blackboards going, this is what we think multi-tenancy should look like. So this is the power of pushing things upstream, because everyone's got different use cases and everyone can come up with innovations that you might not have thought about. Personally, I don't think we've got a website at Microsoft that would be pushed like Alibaba Cloud is on Black Friday sale. So there's no way at Microsoft we could have tested virtual kubelet to the amount of traffic that Alibaba Cloud pushed through. And we wouldn't have had the relationship to work with them if the CNCF wasn't there. Because that's how we got joined together, was on the CNCF. And this is the importance of pushing things up first instead of having like a monopoly, zero vendor sort of framework in place. I mean, if anyone knows that the best, it's Microsoft. If you have a look at us 5-6 years ago, or even a bit further, it was all about Windows, it was a single platform, it was all about .NET, and innovation was pretty much plateaued. Now we've moved into Linux, we've moved into open source, we're working with other partners, and this is where we're really starting to see innovation go. The next thing that I want to talk about in CNCF is Open Policy Agent. This one is super exciting, and this is close to my heart as well because I'm a bit of a security geek. But this allows you to write policies and check your security controls on Kubernetes. Something that isn't quite easy to do at the moment in native upstream Kubernetes. And this was made by a small startup called Strivia. And Microsoft jumped on back and said, hey, this is really good. We've helped them push this upstream, get it into CNCF Sandbox, and we're just now reporting this back into Azure because it's a really good project. So basically what it allows you to do is make sure that things like security policy are in place. You can see what access users have got, how long the certificates are being licensed to be able to give them access, and bits and pieces like that. The other important thing about Open Policy Agent is it gives you a framework to test your policies, like a same software development lifecycle would write tests. So it uses Rego, and you can write actual tests inside your policy before you deploy it to make sure that it's going to give you the policy that you want. So this is really, really powerful, and again, this is a step in the right place of looking at the right policy for Kubernetes. At the moment, Kubernetes policy is kind of being thrown around everywhere. So we've got pod security policy, network policy, RBAC policy, ingress policy. There's a whole heap of policies, right? But there's no standardized way to do policy. I've actually just joined a working group to work on this and make sure that we get a standardized way for end users to look at policy. And is there an API that we need to build on top of that? So an end user doesn't need to know about all the different layers of policy. They can write a policy because what they care about is, can this application talk to another application? Can this user access this pod? They don't really care about like all the different layers all the way down. There could be an abstraction layer, but if we leave it open enough for power users, then they can go all the way down. The other thing is like privilege escalation throughout Kubernetes. I don't know if you saw the vulnerability where you could bypass the API server auth that was around last December, I think. What that actually showed was there was a massive issue that you could bypass if you could bypass authorization in the API tab, you could actually route to anywhere and privilege escalate across the whole stack. Now that's been fixed and you can't bypass the auth, there's still talk about if you're in a pod and you can like privilege escalate sideways and a few bits and pieces like that. So this is a really, really important project, especially as the enterprise is starting to look at Kubernetes. And like with startups, they're a lot more risk adverse. So they're like, okay, we'll go with it. We know it's open source. We know it might not be up to enterprise standards, but we can innovate quickly to get our product out there. Enterprises are not looking at it the same way. Enterprises are like, hey, we've got a security framework, we've got this audits, we need that. So this is where Open Policy Agent comes in. And this is a super important project. If you run Kubernetes, I think you should really, really check this one out. And this is another one that I love, Containerd. So this is the default runtime that has become the de facto now in Cloud Native Computing Foundation. So this is actually a really good one. This wasn't made by us. This is contributed by Docker, but we contribute back to this. Amazon contributes back to this. IBM, a major player, is contributing to Containerd. And what Docker did was contribute the main runtime that can look after containers to allow Kubernetes to be built on top of it. So if you look at all the major cloud providers, IBM Cloud uses Containerd on their Kubernetes service. We have a choice of using Docker or Containerd, depending on if you use AKS Engine or AKS. Google Cloud has the option as well. It's a click box. Do you want to run Containerd or do you want to run Docker? But this shows the power again of collaboration. There's a whole heap of other collaboration and innovation going on in the back end of Containerd. And what I mean by that is replacing run C with something that could be slightly more secure. So if you have a look at Google, they've got gvisor, which is a sandbox technology that allows you to sandbox pods, so to stop like the kernel leak. So it's working on seccomp, sort of like roughly a seccomp policy. Then there's things like Kata containers, where some people are saying containers secure at all, and then they spin up a micro VM. And then Amazon has got Firecracker, which is their serverless platform that Lambda runs on. You can actually spin up Firecracker VMs with Containerd. So that's a massive amount of innovation I've spoken about there from a lot of big different companies that wouldn't have happened if Containerd wasn't in the CNCF. So yeah, that's Containerd. Again, if you don't know it, check it out. It's like the cornerstone of the container runtime ecosystem. Not everything goes straight to CNCF though. So this is the service mesh interface. How many people have used the service mesh here? We've only got one. How many people know what a service mesh is? Yeah. So a service mesh is basically an endpoint or a sidecar or a proxy that allows you to talk between services on Kubernetes. So basically it's like a VPN server for between pods would be an easy way to talk about it. The problem with service mesh at the moment is that there's like 4 or 5 big implementations that are in the CNCF or coming from big vendors. And there's no way for consumers to be able to know which one to choose, nor can they extract away some of the complexity and have like things like weight-based routing should be fairly straightforward across all platforms, but they're handled differently. So what Microsoft and a whole heap of partners did was come up with the service mesh interface that we released at HKOSCon in Barcelona. Basically, this is an API that allows service meshes to expose their functionality through a single interface for end users to be able to either swap out, because at the moment there's no one winner in the service mesh race. And if something happens like the container orchestrator wars, where it was Swarm versus Kubernetes versus Mesos versus Pivotal's one, and only one vendor won, which was Kubernetes, if you pick the wrong service mesh, then how are you going to migrate off it? Because it's like, at the moment, it's kind of like vendor locking. Every implementation is different. Even though you can run it on any cloud, you're locked into a service mesh. And because every application will have a service mesh pod attached to it as a service card, it's kind of like touching your whole stack. So it's super important. So what we thought about was like, why not build an interface that makes it adaptable? So service meshes are really just a layer 4 connection. It's really like a dumb pipe. And as we thought about, instead of making the application smarter, let's make the pipe smarter. and let users innovate on top of that and build interfaces on top of that. So this is where the service mesh interface comes from. Now this isn't in CNCF yet, but that's definitely a project that we would love to get there. And we've got a lot of partners on this one as well. The next one, this is something that I contribute to. This is CNAB. So this is another specification that we're working on between ourselves and Docker, HashiCorp, and a few other vendors in Army. How many people here use Helm or Ansible or Puppet or all these sorts of things? And then your CD process has got like 1,000 binaries in it, you've got different projects, different things. What CNAB allows you to do is actually wrap that up in a single interface and share it. So one of the things with Helm is Helm's good, right? But it only works on Kubernetes. What happens if, so at the moment, one of the projects I'm building with CNAB is building serverless functions and shipping serverless functions in the same framework that I'm shipping Helm charts. And I can also ship Ansible. So you have a single binary called Porter, or if you're using Docker, Docker app. And if you build the application to the CNAB spec, you can actually use Porter or Docker app, it doesn't matter. They're fully interchangeable. There's work in the OCI registry at the moment going on to be able to push these bundles into the registry, so you can actually ship the scaffolding of your application with the image itself. And this is the CNAB spec. So this is very, very early days, but where the idea of this comes from is that end users have got so many tools, it's becoming like so hard. So instead of, there's no way we could go out and say, it doesn't matter which vendor you were, if you asked Google, we all decided on it and said, hey, we're going to build a new tool and it's going to be the tool of all tools. People would say, well, I've done 2 years development on Terraform I've got here, I've got already Helm charts I've written, I've got all this, I've already paid the man hours, I've got staff that know how to use it. So there's no way at the moment it's gone in 1,000 different ways, there's no way that we can build a new tool and say, hey, we'll replace this. But what happens if we had an abstraction where we could test this, sign this with Notary, which is a crypto signing mechanism inside CNCF, and then be able to share these inside the Docker registry. This is where CNAB comes in. So this is really cool. If you're into application development and deployment, check out CNAB. And last but not least is Kata. So Kata is a serverless scale to zero framework for Kubernetes. And what this does is it works either with Knative from Google, or it can work on itself, it can work on Azure, it can work on OpenShift, it can work on any Kubernetes cluster. And basically this allows you to work with virtual kubelet or a normal Kubernetes cluster, and it allows you to scale your applications to zero and then spin them up compared to custom metrics that it will listen to on the Kubernetes cluster. So what this allows you to do is bring serverless to Kubernetes or have a scale to zero policy on pods. Now you might be wondering why we would want to build something when we've already got Azure Functions. Well, Azure Functions supports a handful of languages. We've got customers out there that use every language under the sun. With Kata, you can use the Azure Functions framework to build a Docker container to run your function in any language and then deploy it with Kata. And Kata can then talk to the Azure endpoint for functions, or it can talk to Kubernetes itself. Now, the implementation details for Kata has only got Azure stuff in it at the moment, and also OpenShift, but you could very easily do that with AWS as well. It's just the endpoints that need to be written. There's a specification on how to write endpoints in the Kubernetes, in the GitHub repo. So this is super exciting as well. As I said, this is more lightweight. This is not a replacement for Knative, but this can work with Knative. But if you just want a simple scale to zero mechanism inside Kubernetes, this is the particular project where Knative gives you a whole lot more functionality. It's more like this is a tiny little sedan, and Knative is your SUV that's like fully ticked out. But you might not need an SUV. As I said, like all the technology that I spoke about today, we could not have done this on our own. So as you can see up there, there's a whole heap of partners that we work with in the CNCF. These are just a few that I could fit on a slide. There's probably a whole heap that I've forgotten. But this is the power of open source technology, is you have people working together for the common goal. But the last sort of people that I have to mention is there's a whole bunch of individual contributors. that are doing this as a hobby, doing this as in their own time, and we really, really like to thank them the most, because without them, the projects won't take off. An open source project is only as good as its community. An open source project with no community is not a project at all. It's just a single person working on a repo. So without individual contributors and without other people backing it, we wouldn't have been able to come up with all this innovation. So that's just about me done. And any questions?
So I can take the microphone and you can take the questions here. Is that okay? Any questions? No?
Okay. Cool. I'll be around if you do have questions and walking around and stuff for a bit until this afternoon, so just grab me. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, hello everyone. Yeah. Hi, this is Alex. Yeah. We'll introduce some HKOSCon skills with open source and event-driven architecture. So it's great to hear the new features and the new products from FreeBSD and Docker containers. So today I will share some real experience when we grow our business. This resolved a real problem. So before introduce this, so this is myself. So I am a programmer with more than 20 years experience. So my experience is very old experience. So all the HKOSCon technologies depends on a strong team. This is my team. Some people say HKOSCon is a media company, so we only have a news. So we just want to say HKOSCon is not just news. If you download our apps, so you can say, besides the news, we also have some new products is launched in the past years, like the runner apps, like the ticketing apps. We also have food takeaway apps called Eater Drives. So you can buy your lunch food, your dinner from everywhere. And we also have the coupon and the charity apps. So maybe you can see so many apps everywhere to ask some people to do the charity. So why we do that? Because we think Hong Kong people, most Hong Kong people only use some internet product outside, like Facebook, IG, WhatsApp, Telegram, something like this. We also have like the local news site. We also have some new local community like Golden, but there is no internet ecosystem in Hong Kong. So for HKOSCon, we want to build the internet ecosystem for Hong Kong. So use our users, membership, media to drive the traffic and provide the best service to users. And we have a big team, so we also gain some award. So in the past year, our apps in iOS and Android and Google Play keeps the #1 apps. We also launched the Eater Drive apps. Is also in the top charts of the categories. We also gained the best lifestyle apps for the Google Play. So this is all our award, but the award from our users. So in the past 2 years, we keep 50% growth every year. This means it's not only 1 year, 2 years, 50% means more than 20 times growth in the 2 years. How we scale our system, how we handle the big traffic. We have almost 1.5 million MAU every month, and it's almost more than Hong Kong. High scales and high availability for that. We use open source to scale that. Why we use open source? Because firstly, open source is free, but it have a big community. Most of big internet companies use open source to build their architectures. We have some good model to learn from US, from even China. We also can contribute for the open source for that. We do much things. If you have interesting, you can visit HKOSCon's tech blog. And how we do that? We use the event-driven architecture because we have multi products in the whole ecosystem. The benefit is you no need to handle other services messages. You only care about the own services scales. So now I introduce my teammates, Angus, to give you some detail about that. It has some code and configure on that.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I'm Angus from HKOSCon. So we have introduced the event-driven architecture last year. Today, I'm going to share our experience on how to leverage the open source project in our event-driven architecture. So as Alex mentioned before, HKOSCon is not just a digital media. Actually, we are aims to be a live platform for Hong Kong. So for those, we got a lot of business domains just like e-commerce and then sports and then videos and then UGC, something like that. So each other has to interact with each other. So just give some real world example. So in Hong Kong, we got a membership points service system, and we will grant some membership points, and then you can use those points to redeem something like coupons, or you can use those points to exchange some service in the future. So in our end user, when they try to donate certain amounts in the charity program, to gain some the membership points, or our user to attend a specific event, and we will grant some points to the users. Or we got a running tracking program, a campaign, when users achieve some milestone in the campaign, and we will grant some points to those users. So this is a very typical system design, on very traditional design to how to handle these situations. So as you can see that in a very traditional API design, for each business domain has to call the API on the member point service. When somebody to purchase item in the e-commerce, and they have to call the API, and attend an event in the event management service, and then we have to call the API. And then somebody donates a charity program, and we have to call the API on the point service. But it's very simple and very traditional. But there's an issue that which is make a very high dependence and conflict between this upstream service and this downstream service. And for every time we have to update the API on the membership point service, and then for each other upstream we have to update the code as well. So which is very hard to scale our team resources, and very hard to scale our system. And the membership point system, maybe the service gets stuck, maybe heavy loading, and maybe the response is very slow, and we should affect the upstream. So let's talk about what is the backpatcher. So in our Hong Kong server, we got a member point service, and for example, just a lot of requests arrive for the point service, and the point service keep loading, or maybe the database should be the bottleneck, and then the response are very slow, and which will affect the e-commerce service, or event management service, or the charity program service. And because they have to wait for the point service response. So just give a real case. If Hong Kong is just going to host a very popular event in Hong Kong, maybe a music concert or something, or traffic will arrive to the event management service. But because the heavy load on the membership point service, so that the request will get stuck in the event management service. So in the end user point of view, maybe the user experience should be very bad, because they have to wait for every check-in for the event. So in the worst case, if the event management service ran out of resources or cannot scale properly, or in the worst case, so it will crash the event management service. So this is, the definition of backpatcher. So how can we resolve it? So we try to move from our ask a pattern to a tell pattern. So in old days, we use a API calls to ask the point service to grant some point to users. So this is a so-called ask pattern. So now we move to the tell pattern. Just what is a tell pattern? Which means that the event management service just fly an event, something happened in its business domain. For example, somebody attend a event, so just fire an event attend to the message broker, and then let the other Microsoft consume it and then to handle it eventually. So our solution is don't try to ask downstream to do something. Just how something happened in your service. So this is the real implementations. So we use the RabbitMQ, which is open source, and we use the exchange topic approach so that to enable the downstream. So in this example, the membership point service can subscribe any topics to or listen specific topics is its interest. So and then for the upstream service, just fire the events and then forget it. So let the downstream service to consume it and handle it eventually. Maybe we got a rule engine in the membership point service so that it can handle this service eventually. So just give a real world example. For the charity service, somebody to donate a certain amount to a campaign. So it will fire a events campaign related to a topic. The topic name maybe just give an example, just charity dog campaign donate. And then the membership point service just subscribe that topics and then handle that event when they got the event, and then it will handle it eventually based on its logic. So it's a very simple example, but in the real world, which is more complicated. Just for example, somebody donate and campaign, and the end user may receive a invoice or receipt through the email, and then the campaign owner maybe receive a push notification somebody donates your campaign, and our internal staff, HKOSCon staff, may receive another push notification. Okay, so those email, the receive service or the push notification service just subscribe this topic. I mean the charity campaign donate service and handle this eventually, so that we can ensure the systems can scale and the user experience is good. And on the other hand, we also use the Google protocol buffer, which come with a well-structured data, compared with JSONs, and which is strong type, and then it will also serialize the data to a binary, so that compared with JSON, the data size is smaller, and then the transmission is much faster, and it officially supports multiple programming languages, just like Golang, Java, Node.js, and PHP, something like that. And it also comes with the direct compatibility, so that if we update the events, and we can ensure the old code can consume it and very compatible. And here's a little bit our implementation example. So maybe that's not very clear. Maybe I can share the slides later in the future. So I can work with it a little bit. So for the protocol graph, it will generate some objects so that we can put our data into the protocol graph generate class, something like that, and then we will try, and the class will out of the box come with some validation to ensure the data type is aligned with your definition, your schemas. And then when we try to fly that event to the message queue or message broker, and then we'll convert or serialize the data into a binary. It's convert JSON, which is smaller. And then on the other hand, we also used a MongoDB, just in case if there's any issue when we fly an event to the message broker and the message broker may be out of service, or maybe there's any layer issue between the message broker and then that service, and then we'll try to write the events to the MongoDB so that we can replay it or debug in the futures. So one more thing that we will also use the StatD to count the success or failure time for every event fire or consume, so that we can to get alert if there's any issue we are in our architecture. Maybe we cannot, some event cannot be handled properly, and then we'll give a count to the step B, and then we'll have an alert when the count is more than maybe 1 or 2, and then we'll get alert, and then we can investigate what was the issue. So on the other hand, we also use the Uber Proto tools, which is another open source. It comes with a linker, just a common rule, so that to ensure your protocol definition files is consist with some kind of consistent manner. Maybe you can also to define your own rule, because for example, if you want very tailor-made, you have to ensure the alphabetical ordering for each definition is in alphabetical order. You can define it in this definition of file, so that to ensure your teams to align with your syntax or with your linting rules. So maybe you can check out this Uber open source project. And this is the overview of our event-driven event notification architecture. We use the RabbitMQ, one of the most mature and open source message broker. And then we use the step D to counting the errors or the failure case. And also we also use the protocol buffer, Google protocol buffer, to as a message carrier to make our data more well structured and then well typed. And we use MongoDB to store it just in case if any error case to the Mongo, so that we can replay the events. We also use the ELK, the Elasticsearch log dash combiner, so that we will log some event. Of course, we will mark some sensitive data. We got some policy. We won't put any sensitive data to the event message. But we will log those events to the ELK, so that we can debug it easily, and then we can trace the whole traffic. So as you can see that our whole event-driven architecture will be empowered by the open source projects. So yes, the open source projects. The open source project save alive and make our life easier. Yeah. So HKOSCon, we will keep contributing to the open source society, and actually we contribute lots of different kind of open source projects, and in the future we will try to open source some of our code in the future. So yes, so that's all my sharing today. So maybe you can give a check mediums.com HK01 tech blog. Sorry, HK01 tech. So we just will publish some story vertically, and we got some data engineering stories, and then we got a engineering culture, event-driven, and yesterday we just published another article about how to do the unit test on the React code, so which is quite it's quite hot topic recently. So maybe you can check out our technical blog, and then if got any question, we got a booth outside, so maybe you can come to the booth, and then we can discuss later. Yeah, so that's all I'm sharing today. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
And if anybody has any questions, I can come and bring the microphone to you. Anybody have questions? Okay.
Thanks for the talk. Did you consider using Kafka in place of RabbitMQ?
Yes, actually in our comparison, at the very beginning stage, we tried to compare the Kafka and RabbitMQ. Yes, it's a very good question. We got a lots of debate internally because we pick any technical stack, we will host a server discussion. So it was a very good topic, but I would say that at that moment, there are two main points. For the first one, the Kafka and the RabbitMQ, which is two different kind of model. And then in our current team knowledge, we are more familiar in RabbitMQ, so this is reason number one. And for the number two is that in our scale, so at this moment or in the near future, we want to, we don't need that Kafka, so that because Kafka, not just Kafka, they got a lot of components in the Kafka. And then at that moment, there's no not very good SaaS service on Kafka. Actually, there are some SaaS service, but not very good. So, we already have some very good SaaS service in the RabbitMQ. So that's why we picked RabbitMQ at that moment. So, but it doesn't mean that we won't use Kafka, because in our data team we use Kafka as well. But in the event bus architecture, so at that we foresee that we won't meet that scale, so we picked the RabbitMQ. Yeah. Good question. Yeah. Thank you.
You can mention more about how the data team uses Kafka.
Hmm?
You can mention more how the data team uses Kafka.
Yeah, maybe our data team maybe host another event, maybe not this event. Yeah, come to our event later. Yeah, maybe we will host another event. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Nope. We're running actually quite early, so we can head to the next talk. So if the next speaker would come up, please. Thank you very much.
Okay. Because I'm not really rush. Because I'm going to. That's why I checked the time slot. So I will apologize for that. 要是 hardware 就 hardware 就 Hi everyone. I see that there are some old friends out there which are familiar with Hyperledger communities. So, but I have to self-introduce this. Company have some talking about what is feature is a stable version of and traffic to is I suggest to the community we can extend the time for enough version of the 2.0. Just
now, day after day, of technologies in ledger projects with wide on that. Also, I will show you next slides. Focusing on so what's the end project technology of the related to general is a real blockchain to exchange which means as you see, in this foundation, there is no but actually CSF is here there's handpoint have not here. Fabrics, one of the frameworks is being released almost I will not include just zero six. So this is current release stock. So networks and the terms are also on this. The video features server features and what set and use and can be this part more on that. Brand loss and
for tolerance ordering, not just Raft is not created by hyperledger fabric. It is generally terminologies that have already adopted. Another technology is it is an algorithm that satisfies the CFT. But this engine used in as a synthesis model has an engine. Implementation of the Raft is the name of the implementation of the Raft names ETCD. Yes, ETCD, the implementation in ETCD has already been witnessed in Kubernetes. So there's some rumors from our communities that when people see the implementation of the Raft consensus is based on ETCD of hyperledger fabric, that ETCD is not good enough. But so far it's quite production ready, so we will just adopt them. The Raft consensus, when it is proposed, it is in official document. It is suggest for the replacement of the previous CFT engine, which is called Kafka-based ordering service. Before the Raft ETCD consensus engine come to life, there's two available ordering service engine in hyperledger fabric. One of them is the single, which means a solo. In terms of technology, we call solo. And the next one is the Kafka-based. Solo consensus model can only support one order nodes, which is all in our developer scopes is quite centralized in a decentralized framework. This is not that makes sense. So most of the production level adoption, they will use Kafka. But Kafka has its own limitations. So Raft, it is a whole set of the next generation solution to fix all the potentially CFT use cases, but have limitation in Kafka. Then Kafka, Raft is easier to settle and manage it. That means in the computational instance or machines numbers, there will be 7 blockchain peers nodes decrease. Because to set up a minimum Kafka ordering service, there will be at least 4 of Kafka nodes and 3 zookeeper nodes have to be support the Kafka ordering service cluster, which is mandatory. But in Raft ordering service engine, there's no. There we can decrease the cost for the enterprise. And furthermore, because of the design pattern or design flaws in the Kafka, because Kafka cluster they have what I see observed, they have some limitation. It is quite sensitive to time shift and time invariance. When time invariance is quite large to unable to tolerance among the Kafka cluster, the consensus model will crash, which means that most of the Kafka deployments cluster all the Kafka nodes into one physically closed data center. But even with that, order can be separated to different places, but the Kafka clusters can only be limited to one data center, which has very limited time shifting. Which is, as we already observed, it's a limitation of the Kafka. And in the coming release, that there will be also guidelines to how to migrate existing Kafka-based ordering service to the next generation, the Raft ordering service. The guideline is still under progress. That will be released later, or maybe in the next week or next month, in the version 1.4. Wait, but what happened?我個 mon， 我個 mon 呢度睇嘅係呢個上面咁。Sorry, what I observed is a little bit different because This is the previous slide. In my laptop, there's a next slide. I'm not sure what happened. Yes, this is not the slide. But as I observed that everyone is seeing these slides. Is it? Is it? So this is the suppose of the slides. Huh? That's right. And the previous showing is wrong because it's the previous slides. I'm not quite sure that what happens on the data synchronization. Okay. Yes, this is what I have to just talk about. Otherwise, what we see all the people here is confusing with what's that on the surface. This is the actual slides. That is good better. And the second major release what I'm seeing here is the serviceability and operation improvements. In short, this is the official documents which are just copy paste. In short, that allows dynamically configuration and monitoring of the in runtime instead of offline. The log specs, it can show you the current logging level and can even let you changing the running peers logging level. That is a breaking improvement. In previous version, this can only be set before the runtimes. Once it is configured, it is persisted along the entire life cycles until it is dead. And the health safes endpoints are allowed to operate the container to see it is a health check, see whether the peer is live or not, and it's quite simple because it is
version 1, but the orange version, the original peer nodes will keep on the old Django version. It is still version 0. This is even allowed if in a specific operation that when we only install the new version on the gray peer, only upgrade the essentially upgrade the smart contract, but only copy on the gray peer itself. It is possible in the old version. Then we get this line of the smart contract. But at this moment, the system cannot recognize what is the design here until and general business transaction like invoke a query coming in, targeting more than one peers besides the gray smart contract peer, the gray peer. Then from the proposal feedbacks, we will see that okay, the change was 1.0 is not found on the gray one, on the orange one. In practical world, there's you can always ask the operator or the IT team to help you. Oh, can you misunderstand something? You misinstall the string on that part. You have to fix that and install the new version on the which version 1. Then okay. With the version 1, it's aligned with the version you installed on the gray tier. But in a new version of Fabric 2.0, there's a mechanism to even make sure this scenario will never happen before they are discovered by the customers. Because they will require you sufficient numbers of organizations that have approved the upgrade, which means when upgrade happens, it forces you to at least ensure the non-smart contract with the new version to also happen on the gray orange tiers. Respectful with the channel package. In old cycles, the channel installed before the channel installed on the tiers, the channel is repackaged as an archive. The archive made of some things that they require the parameter of the channel names, the channel version, and after running a binary called the channel package, you package the archive. The archive is made of binary, it's hard to read. In new versions, the archive is just simply a zip files with only the smart contract code, source code there, without the names and version. What is this improvement? That means it is easier to install a chain package and coordinate things across the multiple organization, which means you can send your archive to another technical partner and just tell them archive to inside source code. Instead of I have to tell you where is the source code and I give you an archive. But the archive cannot be read. You have to recompile the archive or repackage the archive to match the hash of the two archives of your package version and your provisional version, which is much more complex. Now 2.0, the package is simply archive, which these points also refer to the next points. Without what I have said already before, the Django package have already get rid of the version and names. And this kind of the metadata, it is designed only when you install or instantiate the Django version, the Django's. Instead of they are used in archive section or package sections. So without this version and metadata, you can reuse the package in different environments. Even on the different names with one archive versions or even different on different channel. Fabric token. Fabric token, because I'm still not very familiar with that, but I see it was organized. Here it's nice. I see the document of fabric token is quite easy because the native support is quite based on fundamentals. It only involves in 3 actions basically. One of them is the issue, obeying the issue policy, transfer, and then we give. The 3 steps is done. And the parameters involved in the each token is only the quantity, types, and honor. And this is the odd thing about the fabric token. I do not think it's quite technically difficult, but actually it really reduces the development efforts making your own fabric token if you are satisfied with the database technology basic assumption, then just go ahead. You don't have to develop your own if you have not satisfied on that. But even before that, the fabric token become available in fabrics. I have already seen a lot of developers develop their own industrial specific tokens already via the powerful smart contract engine. Outline image. Previous version, you can log into you can Docker execute cell into the Docker batch, you can inspect the OS, you found that actually the base image of the peer and author is based on is Ubuntu. It's an Debian distribution of the quite popular command space. But actually it's quite large, even if it already provide a minimum Ubuntu, but it's still quite large. Our image is even more smaller than the minimum Ubuntu's, which means that the Docker image is now much more smaller and occupies less space on the host machines and fastest downloads and startup time. The startup time is very consuming among the if you already have experience in developing fabrics, that you found the Docker image blocking your smart contract, the newly created image for your smart contract. It will consume you for each container, each image building, will consuming about half minutes on the development machine normally. So our image can much more smaller, much more reduce your development cycle times. And miscellaneous is a new map operation metrics and health checks available in a new Fabric 2.0. Previously, we already had peers metrics, order metrics, and CA metrics. Now there's more metrics available for 2.0. And no matter how, it is not sentence we represent on the hyperledger any presentation is always the slogans. Think of who will you trust with a trust network. And we also welcome the contributors. Thanks. Is there any questions?
Again, I can take the microphone around if there are any questions. No questions? I can ask one. So Hyperledger is a community of communities.
Yes.
Open source communities.
Sure.
Can you say something about the kinds of communities that are using Hyperledger? What types predominate?
Actually, all the frameworks are under Hyperledger. The Fabric is the project under Hyperledger. Because the framework individually. Actually, the green button here, each have an individual communities. But the Hyperledger is the one among to calculate all the individual communities. So is that answer your question?
No, not exactly. Is there, are there certain kinds of communities that predominate that use Hyperledger or are part of Hyperledger?
Dominant commit another enterprise usage.
Yeah, just
most of the IBM enterprise for blockchain industry are based on the Fabrics. And most of the usually are used by the details, IoTs, enterprise use case, they are based on Hyperledger soft tools. And actually what interesting is the Hyperledger Indie. It is Hyperledger Indie is mostly maintained by another open source foundation, which is Software Foundations. The Software Foundation is member of Hyperledger Foundation. So this foundation of advanced application. They will also have their technology teams, but actually they will have not NGOs. We have this personality, this individual members joining the NGOs. So even much more interesting is that even the R3, another with Fortune framework companies are part of High Ledger members. So this is the overview of High Ledger.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, thank you very much, David. Okay, we are running well ahead of time, so our next speaker has plenty of time. This is the Honorable Charles Moak, JP, Legislative Counselor. He'll be telling us about innovation and open source.
Thank you. In fact, I'm not going to be able to talk about for a long time or to talk to you about all these innovation and open source because I've been very busy lately. So I just want to make sure that because I thought I couldn't come because we were supposed to be having a meeting yesterday, the day before, and today, but they were all canceled, unfortunately. So I could stop by here a little bit and say a few words. First of all, every year I love the opportunity to come to the open source conference and to see everybody and at least listening to some of the new updates and new developments. But I think today I just want to mention a couple of things that really come to my mind recently because I was talking to a reporter from the Los Angeles Times yesterday, and they were asking me, they were interviewing and asking me, of course, about what's happening in Hong Kong recently, but in particular, she was asking me what do I observe the kind of technology application usage that in this particular movement recently, right now, that were different from, let's say, 5 years ago. And then I thought, I wasn't expecting that kind of a question because I was expecting that they might be asking me more about some of the recent developments and so on. And then I thought, well, people are still using many of these social media to share information and to gather and to promote and so on. But at the same time, I see that there are a lot more application of some of the other tools. People are discussing, for better or worse, about whether it is safer to use WhatsApp or Telegram. And then they found out that actually there's no encryption in group chat in Telegram. And then of course Telegram, we heard from the company that actually they were hacked DDoS from apparently some of the traffic coming from China. But so all these are very interesting in the sense that a lot of, I think part of your work is that we in IT, or in particular maybe using many of these open technology, we have a role to really tell people that, don't simplify the message. Because they're looking for a simple answer to a very simple technical question they thought, which is WhatsApp safer, or Telegram safer, or Signal, or something else? But I always have to, at least, I probably don't have all the answers. I definitely don't have all the answers. But at least I know that enough to tell them that it's really how you use it. It's not that, okay, I use this particular app and it is going to be safe, right? The biggest problem, if you remember, if you have read the news, was that one particular Telegram administrator of a particular group was arrested a few days ago, and the biggest problem was not the biggest security problem was not the app itself. The biggest problem was when he was arrested, he gave the phone to the police, and he even gave them the passcode. As a citizen, you have a right to say no and wait for your lawyers to come and just say no, just don't answer. So that's the kind of message that actually we have to get to the public that has to do with a lot of these questions, a lot of these things about keeping your conversation, keeping your information safe, has to do with how you use it. Not just, okay, everyone is saying Signal is more secure, so I should be okay. That's the wrong attitude. The other thing that I think that we have noticed in these recent days, of course, is that you know, if not for Google Form, I think the mobilization is going to be a lot weaker. We have all these Google Forms, communities around different secondary schools, universities, or housewives groups, and so on. All these signature campaigns. People really have learned how to use these very simple tools quite effectively in a way. And this morning, what is the other news about Google? Google Translate. Yeah, many of you probably, if you read in some of these news or groups that you're in this morning, is that somebody seems to be hijacking Google Translate so that if you say something, it's very sad to see what's happening in Hong Kong, and then the sad become happy when it's translated into Chinese. So at Google, I know that they are already on top of it and they're trying to change, trying to do whatever they can to which means that actually people have even figured out how to hijack some of these technologies by massively probably trying to influence these results. So it's going to be quite interesting. Now, the other thing that I've noticed about the use of technology is that, of course, on last Sunday, people were still for a time arguing how many people were there on the street. And then they were using, I got actually several messages from very technical friends, and they send me an opinion and say that, they should use this technology to count. The organizers should use this technology, it's much more accurate and so on. I wish they didn't send it to me 2 days ago, 2 days before the march. I said, this is too late. But we didn't know at the time that we have to do it again this Sunday. So maybe we'll see what happens. So finally, I just want to say that IT has become more and more important in everyone's life because of not just the technology, not just our phones, but I think because of all of you and all of the people who are using the technology, all of the people that because of what you do with the open source technology, using all these open technology or even open data to create solutions that are useful to people, to move people, to mobilize people, and to provide services to them. This is going to continue to be very important. And I just want to say that let's continue the good work. I think society in Hong Kong, we need more people from different, many people are asking me what's happening in Hong Kong right now, what can they do? And I said, whatever you're good at, if you're good at using the technology, think about the ways that you can use these technologies to hopefully make a change in some little ways. And if it all adds up together, it's going to be something really big. And we'll see that in this couple of weeks, and probably continue for, I hope, not too long. We're still adding these little forces together to try to do something really, really big, and probably even unimaginable a few weeks ago. So I hope to see you on Sunday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. We ran.
Let me ask a question to the Hazron.
Do we have time for questions?
If you want.
Okay. All right, let's do some questions then.
Is there any milestone to monitor the progress of the smart city in Hong Kong by the Legislative Council?
The milestone for smart city, first of all, what is a smart city? If you watch the recent development, I think our government is not that smart. So that's much I say. But if you want to, first of all, smart city isn't driven by the Legislative Council, it's driven by the government. I hope that if we have the right to elect our own legislature and our legislature majority with universal suffrage can be able to become the chief executive, I think many of our problems can be solved. But unfortunately, unfortunately, without that kind of a system, right now you depend on government. And what did the government do? A couple of years ago, they gave you this smart city blueprint that actually was a scaled down version of the report that came out from Pricewaterhouse. Pricewaterhouse gave them a very, actually in my mind, they paid some money, maybe $1 million or so or less money to Pricewaterhouse for a report. It was pretty good because they collected all the best practices from all over the world. They even included parts about where the laws should be updated and so on. And then what happened? The government trimmed it down to like this much to this much, which means that basically they're only doing the kind of things that they already had in mind already. They are not doing, they weren't really doing anything new. Imagine that your kid your teacher don't have to prescribe the homework to your kid, but the kid determine the list of homework that he or she wants to finish tomorrow by tonight. And of course, he would only say, I'm only going to do this much because these are the things that are already planned, already doable, already finishable. So right now, if you are looking at the main smart city programs that the government is doing, EID, electronic ID, okay? Which means that it's actually when I talked to the government a couple of years ago when they started talking about EID and they explained to me what it was, it is basically a single sign-on system. It's basically single sign-on, which means that in future, if you voluntarily, it is not the same as your UID card, okay? This is a software, this is a piece of software. If you put it onto your phone, put it onto your mobile devices, and you register and join this EID system, then it's a single sign-on. So in future, if there is an app from the IRD, if there is an app for transport department or whatever, you can use that single sign-on to sign on with your phone and enjoy that service, which is a very good thing because right now, I mean, I don't know whether you use the tax IRD department, whether you use when you pay taxes, whether you use the e-service. I can never remember that password because it's so complicated to use and so on. So in a very unsafe way, I actually let my secretary handle it. so it defeats the whole purpose. So in fact, well, the number one thing, the first thing is the ID. If it can be widely adopted, it can be quite successful. But if it becomes yet another repeat of if anyone can still remember the cert that the government provided to us, I don't know, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, that they first gave to us on floppies, that no government department, even within the government, was using that particular cert to provide public services, then it would not be successful. I think it would be much better now. I mean, I don't want to be too overly critical because the government IT department, the OGCIO, they at least right now have a much bigger, better mandate to push the other departments to adopt the EID. So future mobile or e-services from government, they will use this single sign-on. Second major development from the government is actually more on the back end because they're developing that so-called big data platform, which is basically a hybrid cloud, because we were talking about smart city, we thought that we would be talking about these applications, but in fact, the biggest developments that you see from the government are really actually they need to I think update their infrastructure because the infrastructure behind is so outdated. Because the first cloud that the government built about, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, something like that, was a private cloud. And what happened was the utilization was very low because the technology was outdated probably 2 years, 1 or 2 years after it was finished. And in typical government ways, and it has nothing to do with technology. It has to do with the way the government funding is planned. It is heavy on capital investment, small on return funding. So it has nothing to do with technology again. So because of that, they built a private cloud, never really updated. So 2 years, 3 years, very quickly, totally outdated, no one wants to use it. And then now they are using more of a hybrid cloud model for this new generation. So hopefully, what that will mean is that they will be able to keep more. It's not just a private cloud or set of servers in the data centers that they will build. It is actually also going to be using some of these public clouds out there in hybrid design, Azure or AWS or I don't know, the Cloud and so on. So they will be using these public clouds as well. Now, the details isn't released yet. The tender isn't done yet because they're still talking about many of these intellectual property and security issues between the vendors and the government. So it's moving in that direction. Finally, the three biggest projects, if you're looking at from the IT point of view, would not application. I can go to the application later and stop you from going to lunch for another half hour. But the other infrastructure project, I would still consider that to be a bit more infrastructure, would be more hardware, which we talk about the smart lamp post. In the first phase, there will be about 500 smart lamp posts all over town, all over Hong Kong. Not every lamp post, obviously there are a lot more lamp posts in Hong Kong than 500. But I don't know how many of you knew, for more than 10 years we've been saying that why don't we put Wi-Fi on our lamp posts, right? And why we didn't put the Wi-Fi on the lamp post? What was the reason? A very stupid reason, but what was the reason? The reason was there's no electricity in the daytime. So if you put your Wi-Fi access point on the lamppost, you can only use it at night when the light is on. So beautiful reason, right? So anyway, the smart lamppost obviously will not be like that. They will have sensors. A lot of these supposedly IoT devices collect environmental information, air quality, depending on, not every lamppost will have the same set of features, but depending on the department, it might be the environmental protection department that wants to put in sensors to collect air quality information. It might be, in many cases, the transport department might want some cameras to look at illegal parking or transport flow to do analysis and so on. So each lamppost may have some of these different features. They decided not to purchase from a single vendor like Siemens or like Huawei or like Singtel or Singtac and so on. Many of these companies have been trying to sell the government a single solution, but the government have sort of decided to do it on their own, do it themselves, which I think is a good idea actually, because it's like they build their own computers. Nobody really do that, like Golden Shopping Center type of build your own computers anymore, very few. But in fact, they're doing it now because they figure out that each of these lampposts is going to be a little bit different. So why don't we do it like put in this? So they have these lampposts that you will see are going to be a lot thicker than the ones that you see right now. So in fact, there are slots that they can put in different costs and components into these lampposts. Of course, there's a lot of these environmental design that's needed because it's out in the open in a way. And then they will also have what they call donuts. Imagine that you have a lamppost. This is like they have a round thing that hangs around like this, and they call it a donut, which is sort of like a donut with a pole in the middle, and they put cameras and some of these other devices inside this donut. The thing is, if the hygiene, 食環署, hygiene department want to put a particular camera to monitor the rubbish, the illegal dumping hotspot, they will they have to put in their own camera, and then the transport department will have to put in their own camera. And let's say even if the police want to put in a camera, they have to put in a separate camera. There are pros and cons. The good thing is, if we believe the government, then they are not sharing the data between different departments. Okay, that might be a good thing. And some people may say that, oh, why don't you put in one camera? And then you don't know who's getting what. All the data will be everybody has it, right? So the other question that we are beginning to ask the government is, I think you will have a good sense and maybe help us also keep watch on the government, is that how are they going to use these data? What kind of cameras are they going to use? Are they going to be high definition? Do they need to use high definition camera so that they can capture everybody's face? And then the next question, very hot question right now in the US. San Francisco has already banned it, but some of the other US cities are following. Can you do facial recognition? Especially automated facial recognition. Because if it's one thing, if a crime happens, and then I say I need to go back and look at the tapes and find out who these people are, match it with my database and so on, that's one thing. But if you do it on an automatic basis, is that what the public would want to see, or is that what the public would expect to be a fair thing to happen? So these are the questions. I don't want to dominate the answer to say yes and no, but these are the questions that should be asked. And before I come to the gentleman back there, keep raising your hand, I want to say just one more thing. The one over there. One more thing is that I think, I haven't even talked about some of these features like transport and so on. But anyway, another thing that, well, because I was talking about these automated and facial recognition and AI technology, one issue that I'm beginning to want to raise to the public and get more discussion about is about the use of AI technology and the algorithms of the AI technologies. Because right now, at least if you look at the EU, European Union GDPR regulations, they are they already put it into the law, even though I think they're still figuring out how to administer the law. The point about the disclosure about the AI algorithm, what you're trying to do and roughly how you're doing it, so that the consumers or the public would have a right to opt out or have a right to understand what you're doing in this particular place. If there is a camera here doing facial recognition on me, do I know how much do I know about what you are doing and with the data and the algorithms of your AI technology and so on. Now, you might say that average people don't have any idea about these kind of technologies anyway, but like it or not, this is actually becoming part of the laws in some of these countries that there needs to be a reasonable level of disclosure. And I have to say that for Hong Kong, our awareness about these technology and regulatory issue is far, far, far behind. So anyway, maybe I'll let this gentleman. No. Oh, hi, Sharon.
We are running out of time. We will get a question.
That's wrong. Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to have lunch at starting in a few minutes, and this session will get started again at 2 p.m. or 14. Thank you very much.
I think maybe
if everybody has 30 minutes, then there's 5 minutes break.
I think maybe starting from 12 p.m. because the first talk is will be presented in English, but another two will be presented in Cantonese. Yeah.
But I think then maybe I introduce the English ones and do the Cantonese ones in case that the speakers have any issues. They know who to face. They will usually look at the we're like their support. If there's a technical issue, so they will look at me or you. Of course, there's going to be other people around as well.
Maybe Tommy. Because Tommy will be behind.
Speakers won't see them. They will see us.
Like one video, yeah. One video.
哦，我哋 catch 到美人㗎啦。我冇人，我最邊打我啲衫都冇。我邊有？It's like a little bit too far away to maybe the from here because it's for the speakers. Because the speakers may not be. Well, they're gonna be here. So咁先啦。That's right.
Because the 5 minutes break is ended to maybe some and also they this 今日要啊，係啊，但係because they need to holiday 有幫佢嚟咁就So this stage why very thinking can help to stay so I can ask them to help you discuss. Yeah, you can choose the 因為我唔知今日係要去 check your
What about so this since I came here I found out about the organization.
Oh.
You guys are meeting last time.
We used to have monthly meeting, but because our workload is increasing to organize this conference, so we something or something. If we find a speaker or topic we organize,
how do you organize the conference in meetings for that too? Is it all on
we still have some meeting, and also we have also like a Facebook page and Facebook, and also we have and also EPM. So we still have some time to fix the information. So we still can keep the community active, but it is hard to keep the community active for the Hong Kong Parliament years ago because we also organize Hong Kong, so it is difficult. Because the community for the Parliament is smaller than the community.
I got another question. I think we've talked over the Telegram. So the OER World Map asked me to elect people to get on OER World Map. So what is, you guys know what that is?
No.
OER stands for Open Educational Resources. And so, and then the OERworldmap.org is like a global map of institutions and people.
You can talk about that.
I would have given a talk, but I actually only, since I got here, actually end of February, this is January, but I got here end of February, didn't even know about
so you still can have a piece of dinner for OEM.
That's great. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Okay, time for your lunch.
Yes. Oh, Sammy, that was tomorrow, right?
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah. Because the confounder open house is only free tomorrow. But we still have additional manpower things. So yeah. Because one of our original open house volunteer was arrested. Was arrested.
Dear.
Yeah.
That's
Because the government asked him to create a Telegram group.
To create a Telegram.
It's coordinating a group with around 10,000 people.
Oh.
And then he got arrested.
And how did they know?
That was the guy you mentioned?
Yeah.
Oh,
Same
I
guy.
see. Oh, okay. So that's why we're down on manpower.
He may come tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, probably he will come.
Or even today.
Really?
We don't know.
Okay.
So he will do maybe some ad hoc support for us. Yeah.
And so I'm Martin. And
I'm Tank.
Tank.
Yeah.
You guys. So you said you've been to the mainland? Yeah, I worked with China Agricultural University. I had a contract for a year, but I ended up teaching just the fall semester. And then I'm only there, and then
stream 問呢度好似唔係咁樣。OK。我呢度個 free 咧嚟㗎。唔係同埋聽每個球隊好似講話，佢出嚟都好嘅。所以就可能我哋應該如果除咗球細啲咁先啦，唔使佢自己打好啲。但係要唔要都出嚟都係要入啦。要分開。
So, I don't know, it's like 5? Sorry, raise your hand a little bit higher. I'm just really curious here. Okay, so very few actually. How many of you have kind of dabbled in blockchain development at all? You're not actually building, but you kind of mess around with it a little bit. Okay. And then how many of you are, how many of you hold cryptocurrency? How many of you hold cryptocurrency? You have Bitcoin, you have Ethereum, you have everything, so got it. Okay, and then finally, I guess, how many of you are relatively new to blockchain? Like you actually, you've heard of it, but you don't really know a whole lot about it. It's just kind of one of those. That's relatively new to blockchain. That's great. That's then you're my audience. So for those of you who are already kind of actively building, a lot of this won't be new to you, but you can just listen along. Okay, so just to give you a bit of background, we are a VC, so I'm not technical. Okay, so for many of you who are here, like to look at code, to be understand kind of the underlying technical framework, you'll be sorely disappointed. I was a web developer back in the day during the first .com boom, but I have left that very far behind. I'm more on the investment side. On the plus side, you'll get a very different kind of view into blockchain and how people are looking at it and what the potential opportunities for you as a developer to start looking at blockchain development, you know, as a career path or as an opportunity versus the technical side. So just to give you a bit of background, like I said, I was a web developer back in the late 90s in the US. So I started off as a front-end coder. I was doing, you know, I taught myself kind of HTML and JavaScript, and I was working in things like Cold Fusion and MySQL back in the day. I was developing intranets, I was doing web pages, I was developing in Lotus R3, Lotus Notes R3. I don't know if anybody's old enough to remember what that is. And then I was recruited by a company called Sotheby's, which is an auction house, and then they moved me out to Hong Kong, and I've been in Hong Kong since 2006. I actually left technology for a little bit, and I was an art dealer, so I had a complete different detour, and I was working with ultra-high net worth investors to help them collect art. In the background, I was still doing a little bit of web app development and iPhone app development, but I really got into Bitcoin around late 2013. I had heard of, you know, the Winklevoss twins. We had both invested in the same art company, art technology company, and I was interested in what they were doing in Bitcoin. So I started buying Bitcoin back in late 2013. So this was in Hong Kong. And how many of you have heard of BitMEX? You heard of BitMEX? Okay, so in early 2014, I helped to start something called the Bitcoin Association of Hong Kong. So this was an organization where we just taught people about Bitcoin. We held meetups, we held events, we held little conferences, and one of my co-founders was a guy named Arthur Hayes. Arthur Hayes is one of the co-founders of BitMEX, and BitMEX is arguably the largest, you know, kind of crypto exchange, although they do derivatives by volume and value. I think they made over $1 billion last year. So they're quite an interesting and valuable company, and what's more interesting is that they're based here in Hong Kong. So Hong Kong actually is a pretty interesting kind of location for blockchain and crypto development. So fast forward, I went full-time into crypto around 2016, and I started what is called Kinetic. Oh, sorry, back in 2014, I also started something called the Ethereum Meetup. So today's talk is about Ethereum. And the Ethereum meetup was, I think, the first Asian meetup in the world. And so this was about 3 months after Ethereum was first conceived of. So that was back in March of 2014. So fast forward to today, I started Kinetic. Kinetic is an investment firm. So we invest in blockchain applications. We invest in both equity and cryptocurrency. Now, while you are all developers, I assume most of you are probably at some point either going to work for a startup or you're going to start your own startup, and so you're going to need someone like me to help fund you. So that's where I come in. Now, we have invested in, I think at this point, probably over 150 startups. In 2018 alone, we invested in around 90 startups that were all token. We also invest in equity, and so we are one of the more active investors in the blockchain community in Hong Kong.
We do things like high-frequency trading of crypto. We had an OTC desk. We used to advise companies on how to launch their own tokens. But right now what we do is we're solely focused on investing in Series A and Series B stage equity companies focused on blockchain. So that's a bit of background. In my spare time, I'm also one of the co-founders of Social Alpha. So we are a crypto charity. We give grants to projects that are using blockchain for social impact. So for all of you kind of socially minded people out there who are interested in developing applications, but you're not so concerned about the kind of commercial side, there actually are resources available for you to develop applications using blockchain without any concern for, or less concern for the actual commercial side of it. We're very interested in blockchain in all of its forms, not just the ones that make money. So, because many of you are kind of still, maybe some of you are skeptical of blockchain, skeptical of crypto, one of the first ways that I try to explain blockchain to people, at least from the non-technical side, is really about the opportunity. Why are people so interested in blockchain? And the best way that I can describe it is that blockchain is the new internet. Now, I'm old enough to have experienced the first internet, and what I can tell you is that we're basically retooling the internet infrastructure and the internet stack, but doing it in such a way that is secured by the blockchain itself. Now, there are many kind of different advantages to blockchain technology, some of which are, obviously transparency. In some cases, some may argue that speed, eventual speed, and scalability, not today, but in a future time, is one of the advantages. And over time, it's just a more exact and acute kind of layer. So whereas internet is kind of quite brute force and quite blunt in terms of how it handles data and how it handles kind of data transmission and value, with blockchain and crypto, you can actually have very fine motor control at scale and in a distributed, interoperable way, in ways that the internet just simply hasn't been able to kind of achieve yet. Now, you don't really have to only take my word for it. There's a number of institutions, and we can agree that, I hope we can agree that almost all major banks, most of the major Fortune 500s are out there are developing blockchain solutions. So from an investment standpoint, which is really where I come in, the opportunity for you all as developers is, perhaps previously you've mostly been developing internet applications or other types of software, SaaS applications. We're really starting to see a real bloom and a real kind of renaissance for blockchain-based applications. And the way that we kind of explain it to a lot of investors and a lot of portfolio companies is that right now is the best time to be investing in blockchain applications. It's because we've already seen the crash in basically early 2019 of the crypto economy. There was a massive drop in the value of Bitcoin and Ethereum, really down to kind of even to quite early levels. And so what we're seeing now is on the screen very basic kind of hype cycle, technology cycle. And where we really are is this kind of trough of disillusionment, and we're about to climb the slope of enlightenment. And so for those of you who are thinking about developing applications, this is actually the best time to be doing it because the valuations are at a point where a lot of people are starting to come into the space and re-enter. Many investors were quite scared away by the kind of inflated valuations where you saw many kind of decentralized applications raising 50, 100, even $1 billion in ICO, like EOS. And that just didn't make sense from a financial investor's perspective. But now we're actually much closer to reality. So at least from an investment standpoint, there are a lot more people who are coming into the space, which I think is quite exciting. Thanks. So from an architecture standpoint, the way that we look at it as investors is that the fundamental kind of like the network of the internet really doesn't change so much, but the layers on top are kind of what's more interesting. And the reason why we feel that it's worth investing is that we think that blockchain and many of the applications that will be retooled, and it's not only purely decentralized applications, it's semi-decentralized applications, will be the ones that are actually adding value on the uppermost layers of the internet. So a lot of people think like, oh, well, why do you need blockchain for that? and that's fair. The way that we really see the kind of future unfolding is a lot of the existing centralized applications who are backing into a decentralized or semi-decentralized blockchain-based type of layer. So you think of what many of the kind of large-scale institutions are doing, so for example, Facebook or JP Morgan, who are all developing their own cryptocurrencies. So I don't know if you've kind of seen the news, but Facebook is releasing, I think this month, news about its global coin. And global coin is going to be Facebook's cryptocurrency. Now, why would Facebook do this? It's because there are many advantages to having your own controllable cryptocurrency in terms of how they extract value from their users, which are very difficult to do in kind of today's environment using simple kind of either fiat or point systems. So we see that this is going to continue, and the mere fact that Facebook is doing such a public launch and such a public deployment of not only blockchain technology but specifically cryptocurrency is a real signal in that. So we see that the architecture of the new internet will be blockchain based, at least in part, and we think that there will be a rush towards this. So we're pretty excited about this. The areas that we focus on as investors, and this is not all of the areas, but just to give you an idea, is Web3, the next version of the web, data ownership, obviously cryptocurrency trading, something called open finance, which really unbundles a lot of the institutional banking stacks and finance stacks to allow third parties in to interoperate in kind of different ways. Security tokens, I don't know if you've heard of these, but security tokens is no less than the tokenization of the entire multi-trillion-dollar capital markets. So think about your Uber shares, think about your Facebook shares, which are now tokenized and tradable. And the reason why this is important is because it adds liquidity and velocity to the capital markets. So there's no magic to tokenization, which is necessarily inherently more better than shares. But what tokenization does is it allows these shares to be kind of transferred and sent around in ways which create value through velocity and breaking out of different types of kind of capital market silos. So security tokens, we think, will be one of the killer apps in the next 5 years, and the whole transformation of the entire capital markets is kind of what we're talking about. Tooling, I think, is going to be quite an important opportunity. Network infrastructure, we're starting to see blockchain-based kind of routing, which is quite interesting. Gaming is actually probably one of the most interesting lower-hanging fruits. Not necessarily blockchain-based games, because I think blockchain-based games are relatively not that interesting yet, but we're starting to see companies like Epic, companies like Blizzard, like EA Sports, and some Ubisoft, many of the major publishers and game developers out there who are looking at incorporating blockchain into their ecosystems and specifically incorporating cryptocurrencies into their economies. And that's a massive change, because what that does is it allows for these kind of gaming economies, these massive gaming economies, to start to have slightly more utility outside of the game, and that's quite exciting in terms of digital assets. We're supposed to be talking about Ethereum. Now, I'm an Ethereum bull. I think that Ethereum is one of, the most important kind of blockchain project out there. It's not necessarily the most advanced architecture. It was one of the earliest, and so it suffers from being early and being popular in that it can't move as nimbly. Projects that have moved later and were born later have the ability to learn from many of the lessons that Ethereum has developed along the way. But Ethereum is basically a decentralized computing system. It operates along a proof-of-work consensus, although it's slowly moving over to a proof-of-stake consensus, which is a pretty interesting model, and I think one of the kind of will be the more important kind of consensus algorithm to come. And Ethereum itself is not actually even finished, so we're rapidly moving towards, in the next year and a half, towards the final state of Ethereum 2.0 entitled Serenity. So roughly, I think that from an architecture standpoint, you can kind of look into it yourself, but the real innovation from Ethereum is the ability to have smart contracts, which are kind of blockchain based, and the ability to basically code whatever type of application you would like and use, have it kind of built on top of a blockchain infrastructure. Now, what's interesting about Ethereum, in my mind, as a non-technical, is its growth. From an open source standpoint, Ethereum is the largest open source blockchain project out there. And there are many number of ways that you can measure this. And obviously, it's important for you as developers because you don't necessarily want to, kind of risk the time and investment and effort it would take to start developing and learning the kind of Ethereum stack on a project that won't last. But what I can tell you is that Ethereum is not only the largest, but it's the fastest growing. Now, there are ways you can look at this. You can obviously look at kind of GitHub commits. You can look at pull requests. You can look at applications. But I think from a social standpoint, one of the most interesting is actually this kind of arrow here. Ethereum is growing fastest in China. And it's relatively difficult to kind of understand this, but there are, it's interesting that we're at the doorstep of China. Technically, we're part of China. I think that, the kind of proximity is quite important. And China, I would say, low-key is probably the most active developer of blockchain applications. Not crypto, but blockchain applications in terms of business and enterprise. So if you're a developer and you're looking for jobs and you're looking for opportunities, actually you're lucky because you're literally, arguably inside of one of the largest developer ecosystems for blockchain, and Ethereum is one of the most popular in China. So what you're seeing is actually the number of Google searches for Ethereum relative to Bitcoin, relative to others. And so actually, Chinese searches for Ethereum are almost as much as kind of searches for Bitcoin. In addition, the number of dApps, decentralized applications, is the largest. So you can see that although it's ordered in some weird way, there's 2,497 decentralized applications on Ethereum. And although it took a hit from the peak around 2018 in January, we're starting to see kind of an uptake. And this is an important point, especially for developers, because I think that developers tend to be more focused on the technology, less focused on the kind of price and growth. But it's when you're thinking about blockchain applications, and especially how cryptocurrency kind of relates to that, it is very important to understand price. Price is important. Price of cryptocurrency is important because price equals mind share, and mind share equals, I would say, opportunity and opportunity cost in a way. Now, the price of Ethereum has kind of dipped quite drastically from its peak of around $1,000 all the way down to 100 or actually even less than that, and is now somewhere around $250. And the reason why this is important is because as the price of Ethereum and the market cap of Ethereum grows, there will be more investors and more investment, and what that means is more funds available for development and investment in the space. So when you're thinking about the health of the ecosystem that you're going to start developing in, it is very important to pay attention to how is its economy doing? How large is the total addressable employer market for you? How large is the actual audience for you? Now, thinking about the enterprise, I would say that for us as investors, the first phase of blockchain was really about disruption and was very much about startups. And what we saw, which resulted in the crypto crash, was that there was not enough adoption. There were not enough users. There were not enough people who were actually interested in using Ethereum applications. And the startups who were out there, kind of staffed by developers like yourself, were not able to actually acquire customers, and so many of them died, or they failed. And what's important to understand here is that we have an enterprise-first growth theory, both in terms of blockchain and especially in terms of Ethereum. What that means is we think that. So let me see if I can find my slide here. I don't know what happened to it. We have an enterprise-first kind of growth strategy which means that we think that the first 100 million customers in blockchain will actually come from enterprise. And the reason why we think this is because companies like Facebook, when they deploy their global coin, will automatically onboard hundreds of millions, if not over 1 billion users. And it will come from these types of enterprises who are basically taking their centralized applications, adding or improving some of their stack with a decentralized layer or cryptocurrency-enabled layer, and then the users will essentially be somehow in the background. They might not even know that they're using blockchain or cryptocurrency, and they'll be on board in the process, which will make it easier for them to actually, for the other startups to actually achieve adoption once they've been onboarded. Now, what that leads to are certain areas, and so when you're thinking about what are the opportunities, why would I develop an Ethereum? A, again, largest community, and B, because from an enterprise standpoint, it's arguably the largest ecosystem and largest technology that enterprises are choosing to develop on. So where are they choosing to develop? It's primarily in the areas of banking and finance to begin with, and there are a number of areas where we think that the opportunities lie. It's in terms of kind of improving cost and data transfer in areas like payment. Payment is probably one of the fastest growing, and so we're seeing this over and over and over again. Arguably what Facebook is doing is actually a payment type of play. Another area that we're seeing, even here in Hong Kong, is an area of trade finance and settlement. So the ability to be able to onboard different institutions to share the same decentralized ledger or semi-centralized ledger is a huge opportunity for them. So banking and finance, I think, are going to be one of the kind of earliest and most powerful areas to actually move over and onboard both institutional clients as well as their users. We think that supply chain is also quite a powerful area. And I think that, I don't know if you know what Maersk is, but Maersk is the largest shipping kind of company in the world. So they have also been deploying blockchain-based solutions. I know that they've kind of developed proofs of concept on Ethereum, but I don't think they actually ended up choosing Ethereum. I think they chose Hyperledger in the end because it gave them a little bit more control. But generally, the reason why you would look at supply chain and blockchain is that not only does it provide a backbone for the transfer of data in a kind of objective truth way, where you can basically take data which moves from point to point, people can feed into it, but you can reliably and mathematically prove that the data has not been altered or modified from point to point, is the actual interoperability of it. So if I have a Maersk blockchain, which is, say, based on Ethereum or something, we can now have third parties who are able to actually feed into that in a native way, and that's quite powerful. There are also governance and frameworks that are developing enterprise standards for Ethereum, and Enterprise Ethereum Alliance is one of them. They have hundreds of institutional members which are helping to define and deploy specs for how enterprise can use Ethereum blockchain. And if you go to the website, you'll see that it's really all of the largest names, including JP Morgan, including BP, including many of the largest. JP Morgan itself has developed, so if you're a developer, what are you going to choose to kind of develop on? You basically have two frameworks for enterprise development. Now, the disadvantage to a public chain like Ethereum is that it's public. And that means that as an enterprise, you don't have control. And at the end of the day, enterprise want control. They want flexibility, but they also want control. Now, with a public chain, a pure public chain like Ethereum, you don't have that. But with variants that have what you can think of as kind of permission systems alongside, which are natively interoperable with the public system, that's really the sweet spot, and that's the advantage. So as a developer, you're going to want to be looking at these private chains, these permission chains, which can operate or interoperate with the public chain. Quorum is originally a JP Morgan and Enterprise Ethereum developed permission chain. So it's basically Ethereum, but with permissions. And the advantage, again, of this is that you can develop for a permission system, but it's natively interoperable with Ethereum. And so there are a number of projects you can see are here that they're developing on this, including some of the world's largest companies like BP, Shell, Citibank, and such. I was going to go through an example where there is a healthcare consortium that's actually developing a solution for public, for client data and sharing client data among a number of different users in a private and trusted way, but I don't think we have enough time for that. But your outside of Quorum, your second option is something called Pantheon. Pantheon is also a permissioned chain, which is actually developed written in Java. So it's an Ethereum client written in Java, which allows a lot of the scalability advantages as well as permission and data privacy advantages that a public chain simply doesn't have. And again, Pantheon is developed by Consensus, which is the largest company in Ethereum. And again, it allows you to develop private enterprise applications, but in a way which are natively interoperable with the public chain. So you get the best of both worlds. And Pantheon, I think, is going to be quite an important player in this space and something to look at. There's a number of tools that you can think about. I'm not going to go through them, but you can just kind of take a picture of it. But this is really your starting kit for where you want to go to. So with that, again, the kind of basic idea that I want to leave you with is that if you're thinking about getting into blockchain development, I think that Ethereum is probably the best of both worlds. Whereas versus things like Hyperledger, which are kind of really purely for enterprise, Ethereum has both aspects of both private control that enterprise like, as well as public accessibility, where there will be a whole ecosystem. It's more like a Linux of blockchain, which allows for a diverse and transparent ecosystem in addition to the private side. So with that, if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to take one or two questions. But other than that, I would say the best place to really start getting into Ethereum development is actually after you've gone to the websites, it's actually to get involved in the community. Hong Kong has one of the most active Ethereum kind of communities in all of Asia. We are, I think, the second largest Ethereum meetup community after Singapore. And so if you're interested in Ethereum development, there are a ton of resources right here in Hong Kong, which I think is an advantage. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to take one. Yeah, go ahead. Just shout it out.
Testing. So just want to know, how would you see Cardano and RHK compared to what you said about ETH stuff?
Sure. Yeah, I think both. I know the kind of Cardano project as well as the kind of You said RSK, right? Rootstock? Oh, IOHK. So Cardano. Cardano is a completely fine blockchain. It has some advantages over kind of Ethereum. But again, from an investment standpoint, and also I think from a developer standpoint, the most important thing is community. Like, if you don't have developers in your system, then it doesn't really matter. It's a chicken and egg thing. When you have developers, when you have investment, when you have kind of people that are active in the space, it creates more opportunity. Now, it's a fact, not an opinion, that Cardano has a smaller developer community and a smaller application community than Ethereum. So I think you're better placed to look at it from a technical standpoint in terms of what you want to develop on. There may be, for your purposes, Cardano might be better because it has certain aspects which are more advanced than Ethereum. Perhaps the kind of scalability, perhaps the kind of consensus algorithm. But at the end of the day, you have to look at the longevity of whatever it is that you're developing, and what will the context of your application be when you're finished with it. Will there be users there? Will there be kind of investment there? Will there be an ongoing community of developers that you can go to? Will you be able to hire developers? Or are you going to have to kind of train every single developer that you hire to onboard into Cardano? And for me, I think that's one of the most important things. It's not a technical point, but it's just a fact and a pragmatic point that I think is kind of worth noting.
How much money do you have under management in your fund?
I'm not really here to discuss my fund. I'm happy to talk to you afterwards if you like. We're one of the most active investors in the space.
Okay. Any more questions? One more? No?
Great. Thank you very much, people. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next two talks will be in Cantonese. If anyone would like to have translation outside at the registration desks, there are translation devices, so you can walk outside and you can get yourself a machine so you get a translation into English.
Our next talk will be start very soon. And again, if anyone will need a translation service, please go to the registration counter to get a machine. Our talk will be start now, and this topic is now and future of open source Hong Kong community development. And our speaker is Mr. Sammy Feng. Most of you may know him, and he is the founder and the president of Open Source Hong Kong. And he will talk about the work of Open Source Hong Kong, and let's invite Mr. Feng.
OK, thank you。因為有呢個即時傳譯啦，所以就用廣東話啦。我諗第一次喺香港講都係講廣東話。咁其實今日想分享個 topic 就係講我哋目前香港嘅 Open Source Hong Kong 嘅 community 嘅發展咧，同埋將來應該係點樣去做，即係我分享即係我自己嘅個 idea 係應該點樣去做啦，係啦。咁我係 Sammy 啦，Sammy 風。你可以喺GitHub 嘅 Twitter 你可以揾 Sammy 風，咁就可以揾到我噶啦。咁你可以用呢個方法嚟聯絡我啦。咁其實想分享嘅就係講 contributions 方面啦，係 contributions。contribution 方面咧，其實每一位都可能會牽涉到 contributions 呢一樣嘢。雖然可能你唔係去 contribute 你自己嘅 work 去俾人哋，但係你都有份參與呢個 contributions 嘅 ecosystems 嗰度嘅。可能你係用緊人哋 contribute 俾
大家嘅software 嘅 project 啦，例如可能你用緊 Linux 嚟做server 啊、desktop 啊，咁其實你係用緊人哋嘅 contributions 嘅。咁喺你用緊嘅時候，你有冇諗過可能？咦，我遇到有呢個問題喎，原來好似呢度有啲嘅tricky 位，唔係佢個 documentation 唔係咁樣講嘅，但係我又試咗出嚟，係另外一個做法嘅喎。咁其實就係你慢慢就可以就係、例如你話翻俾個 developer 聽，到底佢嗰個 software 有啲乜嘢嘅問題，咁從而咧其實你已經係有一啲嘅contribution 出到嚟，因為你 initiate 咗嗰個 bug， 又或者 initiate 咗一個你request 一個 features 啦，即係如果個 developer 睬你去做嘅話，咁佢會係可能會考慮下會唔會加呢個 features 落去嗰個嘅嗰個 software 入邊好咧，係啦。咁其實你問人哋嘅 contributions 嘅時候咧，咁其實你攞人哋嘅 contribution 嘅時候咧，咁其實你都可以係某程度上係參與其中咯，所以就咁再進一步就係你點樣去再做到嗰啲 contributions 啦。咁其實例如當你想學一種新嘅skill set， 學一種新嘅 language 嘅時候咧，咁其實你試嘅過程之中，可能你未必想淨係寫個 hello world， 可能你一個 developer， 你可能有啲嘢係想試下用呢個想學呢個 language 嘅時候，例如可能你唔識 Python， 你想學 Python 嘅話，可能你有啲嘢係想做嘅喎，但係可能一個可能你想係寫一個好細嘅 tools 去試一試到底我點樣可以用呢個 Python 嚟去寫呢個嘅 tools 出嚟咧？咁其實你可以做完呢一個簡單嘅develop咗呢簡單嘅 tools 咧，咁其實一件好細件嘅嘢，其實你唔會諗住會有啲乜嘢，你收埋喺自己嘅袋，唔會有啲咩價值咁樣，係啦。咁其實你可以就係用 open source 嘅方法擺上去 GitHub 去做你嘅 source code 方面 contribution 啦。咁除此之外就係例如你係未必technical 未必識寫曲嚟咁熟嘅，咁可能你係想係有用一啲嘅 Linux 嘅嘢，或者係用一啲嘅Hyperledger 底下其中一個 project， 咁其實你都可以寫一啲簡單嘅 documentations， 或者一啲 step by step 嘅guideline 去話俾人哋聽點樣可以去做一啲嘅 startup 一啲starting 嘅 step 去令到嗰個令到例如 Hyperledger、Fabric 可以 work 得到嘅，係啦。咁你可以做呢啲咁嘅嘢，你唔需要話寫成篇成篇文章出嚟，咁嗰個就已經另外一個嘅再進一步啦，係啦。咁其實你可以寫第一你可以點樣做，你可能就咁打句 command 出嚟，咁其實你已經係幫到其他人去點樣去用呢一個嘅 open source 嘅project 咯。所以其實係無論大家在座各位，你喺 contributions 個 ecosystem 裏邊，你都係你有用人哋 contribution 啦，你亦都可以係 contribute 去俾人哋咯，係啦。咁例如 Linux 啦 ，Linux 咧，咁其實嗰個古仔咧就幾有趣。咁其實佢係原本咧就未出現 Linux 之前咧，咁其實佢係一個叫有啲世界上有唔同地方嘅 developer， 佢用緊一啲嘅一啲嘅 mini machine 啦，咁啊想將嗰個 Unix 嘅嗰啲system 嗰啲嘅 tools 咧，就逐個就 replace 咗佢。可能例如你Unix 有個叫 ls command 啦，就係 list 個 directory 入邊有啲咩 file 出嚟啦。咁其實就係佢將呢啲咁嘅細嘅 program 慢慢用一個 open source 嘅 model 去 replace 咗 existing proprietary Unix 嘅system tools 啦。咁例如佢自己根據翻個 LS 嗰個 system 有啲咩 features 啊，底下 佢可能有啲咩 API 啊，咁其實佢再重新寫一次出嚟，咁佢就順手就用一個 open source 嘅 license 就 open 咗嗰個 system 嘅 utilities 出嚟啦。咁其實有好多呢啲嘅工具，但係最核心嗰樣嘢就係佢哋呢啲嘅 tools 一定要行喺當其時仲係 proprietary 嘅 Unix 系統上邊。咁始終你咪成個 system， 成個 software system 行喺部機，咁你都係有啲 proprietary 嘅嘢喺度啦，係啦。咁最後就係 missing 咗嘅，即係漏咗係咩嘢？就係漏咗個 OS 個 kernel， 係啦。咁就大約1990年到啦，係啦。咁啊Linus Torvalds就係匿埋咗自己屋企3個月咧，就寫咗第一個版本 V0.01 嘅 Linux 嘅 kernel 出嚟啦。咁就去 post 去當其時Internet 喺歐洲都開始流行，但係當然唔係我哋而家咁樣用啲咩討論區啊，用 Facebook 啊，用 Telegram 啊。咁其實當其時咧就係討論通常就係用 Newsgroup 嘅。咁我就 post 咗佢有個 Linux 嘅 kernel 嘅 initial 嘅版本，就 post 咗上去個 Linux 嘅 Newsgroup 嗰度叫大家去試。咁兼且係 open source 嘅。咁其他嘅世界各地嘅 developer 就開始就用Linus Torvalds 嗰個 Linux kernel 去夾埋其他嘅 system utilities 一齊去 build 一啲嘅 Linux distribution 出嚟啦。咁有一套咁開始咧，就係有啲嘅完整嘅 Linux 嘅系統就開始出現啦。即係例如後尾就出現咗例如 Red Hat 啦，係啦。咁 Red Hat 就係第一個出名嘅 Linux 嘅 distribution 嚟嘅，係一個商業嘅 distribution 啦，係啦。咁其實佢而家都係一直。雖然就可能其他有啲人用啲Ubuntu 啊，有啲人可能用 Debian， 有啲人可能用SUSE 啦。咁其實Red Hat 都仍然喺 Enterprise 裏邊有好多公司都用緊。咁你可以諗下，其實就係其實 Open Source 唔係一定係，即係唔係話淨係為咗興趣啦。佢哋可以為咗興趣而係 generate 咗一啲嘅profit 出嚟啦。咁喺 Red Hat sorry 喺 Linux 開始成熟咗之後啦，咁因為Internet 嘅發展啦，咁越嚟越多，例如啲web server 都係用 Linux 啊，加 Apache 啊，咁嚟去做一啲嘅 web server 嘅。咁開始 Linux 已經多人用啦，好多人用啦。咁 Linux Foundation 就 hold 住咗個 copyright 啦 ，copyright 之後咧就係咁佢已經做咗 Linux 啦，已經做咗好成熟個 ecosystem 出嚟啦。咁 Linux Foundation 跟住做啲咩嘢？就係今日大家所聽到嘅，例如之前有 speaker 分享過就係 Hyperledger 方面啦。咁佢哋已經係開始做緊，例如佢哋有一邊就係做blockchain 嗰邊，就係用Hyperledger 呢個 banding 去幫啲唔同嘅公司嘅啲非牟利機構去 host 一啲 blockchain 相關嘅 project。咁例如Fabric 就係一個ETL 啦嘅 systems 啦。咁另外例如 Indy 就係一個identity， 係一個非牟利嘅機構去 host 一個 identity 嘅 project， 成個就按咗落去 Linux Foundation 裏邊成為其中 Hyperledger 其中一個 project 啦，係啦。咁你見到就係開始有唔同方面嘅 usage， 亦都係喺 open source 方面，亦都係不斷咁樣去做出嚟啦。咁呢個 foundation 除咗係blockchain 方面咧，亦都係有例如 DevOps 嗰邊嘅，例如 Kubernetes 嗰邊。咁佢有另外一條戰線咧，就係做DevOps 嗰邊嘅，係啦。咁即係講完 Linux 之後咧，就講翻我自己喺 open source 嘅 contributions 啦。咁其實今年都已經超過喺參與咗喺 local 嚟講都超過20年㗎啦，已經係啦。咁係啦。咁其實我未參與 open source 之前咧，咁其實我自己
仲係學生嘅時候啦，咁即係仲係中學生啦，係啊，中學生嘅時候啦，係啊，咁已經係對電腦好有興趣。咁當時除咗係自己父母買咗部電腦之後，咁其實我未有電腦之前咧，咁我其實係喺學校咁有啲舊嘅電腦俾咗俾學校圖書館。咁嗰陣時就終於有機會去接觸電腦啦，係啦，咁就自己喺個圖書館裏邊咧，即係就攞一本GW Basic 嘅書去學點樣去玩呢部電腦咧，點去寫 program 去玩呢部電腦咧。咁由我接觸電腦，即係親手去接觸部電腦唔夠1個月咧，已經係都唔係淨係寫 how 已經係寫一個自己諗出嚟嘅 program 去 random 幾個 number 出嚟，去問你估大細咁樣係啦。咁之後咧就會話俾你聽你話大啊，咁講佢聽1、2、3細咁樣啦，呢啲咁嘅 mini game 啦係啦。咁其實喺嗰個年代嚟講，其實呢啲已經係都幾有趣啦，係啦。咁其實嗰陣時都好有趣嘅，唔知點解學校一間中學嘅圖書館係會有一本 Ulysses 嘅書喺度嘅，但係學校係冇中學係冇 Ulysses 嘅喎，係啦。但係我自己對電腦好有興趣啦嗰陣時，咁除咗係 DOS 之外咧，咁除 DOS Basic 之外咧，咁亦都係亦好有興趣睇下其他唔同嘅 systems 啦。咁 Ulysses 係其中一個 system 就係我從書本上面學習翻嚟原來我哋喺 DOS 打嘅 DIR， 咁原來喺 Ulysses 係 LS 咁睇即係知道呢啲咁嘅分別咧，但係冇機會用得到，因為嗰陣時用得到 Ulysses 嘅電腦真係即係都係啲大型嘅，即係啲 mini computer 之類嘅嘢啦，咁唔會喺中學可以接觸得到啦。咁嗰陣時就興起一個就係modem係啦，即係啲 dial-up modem。咁嗰陣時我買咗 modem 翻嚟之後咧，就冇幾耐，唔知點解就開自己再申請多條獨立嘅電話線，咁開啲 dial-up BBS 啦。咁開始就係即係你可以話係 Internet 嘅前身，就係開始透過唔同嘅 BBS level 去認識唔同嘅站長啦，自己亦都做咗一個 BBS 站嘅站長啦。咁其實從其他人嘅嘅留言區都學得到多啲唔同嘅知識啦。咁其實喺嗰度其實開始就接觸到知道係咩叫 Linux 啦，但係嗰陣時你知啲 modem 你 download 嗰陣時嘅 Linux 落嚟都好辛苦㗎，係啊，所以就冇做到呢樣嘢啦，係啦。咁後尾就大約係啦，咁開始 Internet 嘅時候咧，咁開始亦都同一時間香港都有黃金嗰陣時，亦都有一間 CD 鋪係有買啲 Linux 嘅 CD， 咁我就第一次用 Linux 咧，就係喺嗰度買咗個 Linux 嘅 CD 翻嚟，去自己試下去裝咁樣，咁終於有第一台嘅 Linux 嘅 system 可以玩啊，咁樣啦，係咯。所以就去到自己裝完個 Linux 之後啦，咁亦都 Internet 興起啦嗰陣時，雖然都仲用緊 modem， 咁開始就上Newscope 嗰啲啦，係啦，咁進一步去學下睇下有冇機會學得到其他相關嘅知識啦，係啦，咁喺啲 Newscope 嗰度咧，咁可以識得啲唔同嘅人啦，咁有啲到而家亦都 keep 住有聯絡嘅，係啦，例如阿當嗰啲就喺嗰個年代啦，係啦。咁其實就係 Linux 咧，就係透過學習翻嚟啦。咁亦都係同一班對 Linux 有興趣嘅朋友去開始，就喺97年就，雖然我仲係學生，係啦。咁嗰陣時亦都係重新去成立咗香港 Linux 用家協會啦，係啦。咁嗰陣時係搞到一啲嘅 event， 一啲細嘅 event 啦。嗰陣時最密咧就係一個禮拜1次 meet up， 仲多過而家啲 meet up 香港嘅 meet up 啲 technical 嘅 meet up group 係啦。即係而家 active 嗰啲 meet up 通常都係1個月搞一次啫。例如 我哋一個友好嘅 community 嘅 HKOSCon，咁 HKOSCon 都一個月搞一次啫，咁我哋一個禮拜搞一次，咁有十個十零個嘅嗰啲玩家啦 ，Linux 玩家啦，咁就去到某間九龍塘，即係九龍塘嗰邊嗰個生產力出到嗰邊有一間公司就肯去幫我哋 book meeting room，就去借埋啲電腦啊，同埋借埋個 mon 俾你去用，去研究下點樣喺個 Linux 上邊裝個CLE 其實就係 Chinese Linux Extensions 啦，咁就係可以喺個 Linux 上邊行到中文嘅係啦，唔係而家裝個 Linux 就用到中文咁容易，嗰陣時其實係比較複雜啲嘅係啦，咁就係透過呢啲去參與呢啲嘅 community 嘅活動，除咗 local 之外，亦都我哋有陣時亦都會例如 CLE 其實係由台灣嗰邊嘅開發者去開發出嚟嘅，咁我哋亦都有同台灣嗰邊啲人去聯繫，互相溝通啊咁樣啦。咁其實亦都香港係有人做中文嘅翻譯嘅，即係例如係將一啲program 嘅一啲 program 嘅英文界面就將佢轉咗做中文。咁其實但係而家咧就冇一個香港人去做呢樣嘢嘅，係最主要係靠台灣嘅朋友，佢做完咗堆翻譯之後咧，就用之前有一個叫做叫 Abel 嘅translator， 咁佢又Abel 寫咗個 PL 嘅 program 就俾咗台灣嗰邊，就去幫我哋去將台灣嘅翻譯，即係 research_tw 轉咗做 research_hk 啦，係啦，咁轉翻啲香港嘅用語落去，咁包裝成一個香港嘅中文啦，係啦。但係當然呢一個方法係有弊處，但係何奈冇計，香港就係越嚟越少人 contribute 啦，係啦。其實呢個消息谷搞咗幾年之後咧，咁開始靜咗落嚟啦，我亦都退出咗啦，係啦。咁之後隔咗幾年之後，因為見到香港乜嘢嘅 tech community 嘅活動都冇喎，雖然零零丁丁係有一啲嘅 community，例如有咩 Ruby on Rails 嘅 meeting 啦，係啦。咁其實今日之前有幫手搞嘅朋友，亦都今日其實有嚟過嘅話，先見到係啦。咁因為冇呢啲咁嘅 meeting，咁變咗就開始就利用嗰陣時亦都 register 咗 open source storage 啦，咁變咗利用 open source storage 做一個平台，係開始就慢慢再聚翻啲人去聚翻啲對 open source 有興趣嘅朋友去做一啲嘅交流啊等等啦。咁大約係10年前度就開始就搞一啲嘅meeting 啦，係啦。咁通常嗰陣時其實都係比較散啲嘅，通常就係有人得閒咁咪 call 啦。咁嗰個 meeting 就叫做 Linux Gathering 嘅，係啦。咁到後尾就我哋聚得多人嘅時候咧，咁開始係多啲人可以幫到手嘅時候咧，咁我哋就開始搞啲 regular 嘅 event 啦，咁就係 Open Source Hong Kong 嘅 monthly 嘅 event 啦。咁其實 keep 住都搞咗幾年嘅，但係因為後尾就係搞呢啲 conference， 就又比較已經係比較 heavy 嘅關係，所以就冇咗 regular 呢個 meeting 啦，係啦。咁我哋而家嘅細嘅 meeting 通常都係有 speaker 嘅時候，有啲有 topic 嘅時候咧，就會搞啦，係啦。咁點解我哋今日會有一個嘅 conference 咧？咁其實我哋係2011年度咧，咁就有北京有香港人就話點解香港冇人搞住咯 ASIC 嘅咧？不如揾下香港有冇人搞啊咁樣。咁有即係我個名咧就話咗俾住咯 ASIC 聽，咁樣就聯絡我啦。咁bid 咗2年之後，因為其實佢哋用一啲 proposals 去bid 嘅，因為可能例如出年有人想搞住咯 Asia 嘅話咧，咁其實可能有香港、有印尼，咁樣可能大家入份 proposal 去睇下邊個 proposal 去令到嗰個 committee 想嚟香港搞咁樣啦。咁我哋最後2012年就喺香港就搞咗個Geelong Asia Summit 啦。咁我哋就幾經辛苦搞完之後咧，咁其實點解話幾經辛苦咧？其實人手係勉強有嘅，係啦。但係個最大問題咧就係，如果我哋搞Geelong Asia咧，因為Geelong其實我諗在座大家都未必有一半人知道Geelong係咩嘢嚟。咁其實係好難喺香港做 proposal， 亦都揾商業贊助亦都係好難嘅事嚟嘅，係啦。咁同埋我哋冇搞呢啲大型嘅活動，因為其實Geelong Asia我哋都係 target 200-300人嘅，都希望係嗰陣時都係啦。咁最後都有200到差唔多係啦，即係計埋啲海外嚟嘅朋友係啦。咁搞完呢個Geelong Asia之後咧，咁我我心諗，咦 Asia Summit 都搞到喎，冇理由唔搞香港嘅 event 㗎，係啦。咁就喺2013年，即係下一年咧，2013年咧就開始搞Hong Kong Open Source Conference 啦。咁其實 Hong Kong Open Source Conference 其實係參考歐洲嘅 FOSDEM 同埋台灣嘅COSCon 啦，係啦。咁我哋其實2011年開始咧，就去我哋有 regular 有班人咧就去台灣嘅 COSCon 去交流啦。咁直到例如我都係2011年開始去啦，咁其實去到今年都繼續去 COSCon 嗰邊，都去咗9年啦。咁其實我第一次去嘅時候咧，我喺佢哋個 hall 我喺個酒樓度行下嘅時候咧，即係有想流幾滴眼淚，因為就係點解台灣有呢啲 event， 但係喺香港冇呢啲 tech community 嘅 event 嘅咧？係啦，咁終於就2013年就搞呢個 Open Source Conference 咧，就搞到而家啦，係啦。咁我自己本身係喺呢個 conference 除咗係再統籌呢個 conference 之外，亦都負責 program 啊、sales 方面嘅嘢啦，係啦，即係最簡單嚟講係啦，其實總之係負責好多嘢啦，係啦。咁亦都同一時期咧，咁亦認識咗台灣嘅穆斯林嘅 community 啦，咁佢哋亦都介紹咗有個 program 叫做穆斯林 Initiative 啦。咁其實我都搞咗咁耐 open source 嘅嘢，咁其實都唔係好想搞，但係後尾見到香港都係冇人做呢個web program，咁變咗我自己亦都做咗冇私人嘅 representative， 就代表佢哋喺香港去做一啲嘅推廣嘅工作啦，啲聯繫嘅工作啦，係啦。咁去到2015年咧，我哋搞咗2-3屆嘅Open Source Conference 之後咧，咁其實我哋就因為我哋 prepare 呢個 conference 係大半年到嘅，咁我哋另外嗰半年就其實就可以比較輕鬆啲，可以休息下，但係可以搞到個 conference 去試下啲新嘅 idea 啦。咁通常就係咁後尾就搞 PyCon， 因為我自己本身都係 Python developer， 咁其實都之前即係未搞 PyCon Hong Kong之前，亦都去過其他地方嘅 PyCon A 睇都有啲人問你哋香港有嘅 PyCon 幾時搞啊？咁就嗰陣時講話唔好意思，我哋香港冇 PyCon 係啦。咁變咗後尾就搞埋咗 PyCon Hong Kong 啦，係啦。咁變咗1年有2個嘅 conference 咁樣啦，係啦。咁 Open Source Hong Kong 今年亦都係機緣巧合之下咧，咁透過其他海外嘅團嘅 committee 又好，就去 refer 我哋去 join 咗 OSI 去做個 affiliate 嘅 member 啦，係啦，咁可以參與一啲 licensing 方面嘅工作啦，係啦。咁將來嚟講，咁其實就咁其實係想係做一啲 project 方面嘅嘢咧。咁其實之前我接觸開有 Geelong 有 Mozilla 有 Hyperledger， 咁會係想係 focus 多啲去幫一啲唔同嘅 open source project， 無論係 一般可能你有興趣做 open source 嘅 developer 又好，又或者係非牟利機構又好，又或者係你公司都好，咁其實都想係希望係幫一啲例如香港嘅或者亞洲區嘅呢啲有興趣 contribute open source 嘅公司嘅個人嘅團體去做一啲嘅點樣去包裝，去將佢哋嘅某一啲嘅solution 嘅 service 嘅 product 去做一個 open source 嘅版本出嚟啦，係啦。咁係啦，咁所以就係透過呢個 talk 其實想係去希望令到大家去諗多啲可唔可以做一啲 open source 嘅 contributions 咧，係啦。咁如果你有興趣嘅話，你可以隨便揾我，你今日揾我，你聽日揾我，係你之後online 就揾我都得嘅，係啦。咁就多謝各位啦，係啦。
有冇會有問題想問 ？Any questions？ 咁如果冇問題就可能我哋先俾掌聲 Sammy。Thank you Sammy。For any newcomers, if you need the next topic will be presented in Cantonese. If you need any translation machine, then you may go to the registration counter to get it.
OK， 大家好。美國鐘開始。好，等一陣先。
係，我哋仲有5分鐘開始。
未開始可唔可以介紹我自己先？OK， 我係 Ross， 我自己咧本身做 IT 做咗多年 ，OK， 我係做 blockchain 嘅經驗咧，其實就打從0.6 Hybrid Ledger 出世嗰日我已經做緊 ，OK， 因為嗰時候喺 IBM 度做，咁當時其實佢喺公佈嘅時候咧，其實我都係 part of 個 team去學啦，嗰陣時未去到可以教啦，咁到而家16年，應該係4年啦，4至5年啦，4年幾啦 ，OK。咁就我自己咧，其實就係、我會叫自己係一個 coach 咯 ，OK。其實我而家幫緊Hong Kong MA 啊同埋 ICL 嘅幾間公司咧，做緊一啲 project，OK。咁就一個 advisor 咁形式咯。咁另外我亦都係一個 full stack 嘅 developer， 咁即係前中後台我都識寫嘅。OK， 咁即係 Hybrid Ledger 就後台嘅技術啦，但係其實B2T 啊同埋 frontend 咁我都懂嘅。OK， 咁所以就都有啲經驗。咁我自己如果已經未開始啦嘅，但係就今朝其實到而家我坐咗喺度，咁我都睇咗一啲朋友講 open source 嘅一啲見解啦，係咪？咁我自己就今日介紹其實介紹緊我自己嘅產品嘅。OK， 其實我就 open source 咗出嚟。 即係一直都講緊就係話點樣去用人，咁我試下講下我試下 contribute 嘅經驗啦，好嘛？咁大家可以聽一聽 OK。咁我自己識嘅朋友當中咧，都係用就比較多嘅 OK，contribute 就比較少嘅，係咪應該咁係普遍現象？OK。咁另外就知唔知點解我今日着黑色衫？OK， 因為 high party OK， 咁所以就我 skip 咗，係咪夠5分鐘就開始嘅？
不如我哋等 Ross 繼續講。
OK， 好啦，咁我直接開始啦。OK， 咁我今日個 topic 咧，主要環繞都仲係 Hyperledger。OK， 咁就裏面我撞到個問題，同埋我想解決嘅問題，喺其他範疇，譬如 crypto 啊，或者係非enterprise blockchain 啊，係未必 apply 嘅。OK， 咁主要都係啲 enterprise blockchain 我哋遇到嘅問題。OK， 咁我呢一 slide 其實寫咗好耐嘅，我寫咗幾個月嘅。OK， 咁因為咧，其實成件事情咧就係咧，我做咗超過10個或者10幾個 project， 都係同 Hyperledger 有關嘅。咁亦都撞過啲唔係我寫，有朋友即係都有參與呢啲 project。咁其實出現咗情況就係咧，呢啲都係一啲好 common 我撞到嘅問題，大家都好多都係未解決得到嘅。OK， 即係呢啲問題唔係有答案嘅，有啲有啲冇，有啲有局部答案。咁最容易出現就係咩咧 ？governance。OK，governance 就係講緊，原來我哋起一個 consortium， 如果喺 enterprise blockchain， 其實最起點就係原來我哋會一班公司夾錢又好，握手又好，咁樣企埋一齊就做啲嘢啦，係咪啊 ？OK， 咁所以我哋叫 consortium 啦。但係 consortium 最大嘅問題係咩啊？係 make decision。我哋係咪次次都要有啲嘢要傾要討論？係靠咩？投票。投票會發生咩事啊？可能你中意嗰個就去咯，你唔中意嗰個唔投咪唔去咯。咁 decision making 咧喺 consortium 其實好痛苦嘅，好多時咧都係冇能力去滿足晒所有人。第二樣嘢就係咧，做一個 consortium 咧，其實最難嘅地方咧就係點樣可以引人入嚟啊？因為其實你起一個 consortium， 一間公司起一個 blockchain 嘅 solution， 喺個 PowerPoint 話乜都得嘅，你贏晒嘅。但係係咪有人用咧？佢點解要走入嚟用先？你一個新寫嘅 application 寫半年1年，你由一個舊嘅現成嘅系統搬啲人入嚟，其實嗰個系統可能寫咗3、5年、10年，佢好好用嘅喎，或者用慣咗唔好用，都係用慣咗嘅。但係如果搬入嚟，你一個咁新嘅 application， 其實冇話一定好受歡迎嘅，所以咧按波新嘅客人係困難。咁而當中咧，我哋記得到咧，仲有就譬如會唔會係同data 有關咧？因為好多時咧，我哋一個 consortium 起出嚟 Hyperledger 又好乜都好，其實係好多公司夾份做咗一個大嘅 database。你係咪咁諗啊？雖然 decentralize， 但係都係共享㗎嘛，其實要抄嚟抄去㗎嘛。咁裏面有牽涉到好多 private data 喎，係咪處理得到咧？我哋發覺好多時處理唔到嘅。如果住到係一啲跨境嘅 scenario 咧，就更加處理唔到添。因為跨境嘅 scenario 通常都係譬如啲數據唔準離境啊，要 fulfill 翻 database 嘅問題啊，呢啲諸如此類，其實我哋都係比較難處理嘅。OK， 咁而最後邊嗰樣嘢咧就係咧，我做得最多 ，OK， 亦都係最困難，就係究竟可唔可以做到我哋講，譬如成日都講 DAO 嗰個效果咧，即係 autonomy， 即係可以自治啦。OK， 我哋講自治，即係講每一間公司企出嚟，我自己話翻自己事嘅，我覺得點樣 implement 就點樣 implement 嘅。我希望 decentralization 係咁噶嘛，但係其實我哋唔係咁嘅喎，其實我哋係要合作傾一個單一嘅 decision 出嚟，做一個單一嘅 implementation， 呢樣嘢先係最困難。咁我哋睇下呢件事情點去發。咁我個故事會咁樣開始嘅，由2017年開始咧，其實咧同埋最近1、2年咧有一個改變嘅。左邊咧同埋右邊係咩意思咧？就係、呢邊啦 ，OK， 呢邊 OK， 我 screen 係啱相反嘅。咁呢邊其實喺早年嘅時候咧，其實全部嘅 application 咧，我收個 proposal， 因為我亦都出個 tender， 除咗做 implementation， 我出個 tender 去揾 solution vendor 去 bid 嗰啲標書啦，我亦都 bid 嗰啲 tender， 即係買方我都做過嘅。OK， 喺早年嘅時候咧，其實大家都砌唔到嘅 ，IBM 砌唔到 ，Microsoft 砌唔到 ，Oracle 都砌唔到嘅。佢哋砌到就係咩咧？因為佢哋砌到就係一個單一嘅 solution，就 middle tier 就係左邊。你會記得到咧，畫就係咁畫嘅啫，畫 decentralize， 其實係 decentralize 緊個 hyperledger， 但係個 middle tier 或者分咧唔得嘅，係做唔到出嚟嘅。到後期其實就會做到右邊呢個 architecture， 咁大家都覺得我 decentralization 要連 API gateway 啊或者 middle tier 都要 decentralize 到先至叫做好啦 ，OK？ 咁有呢個咁嘅 shift 嘅，咁中間嘅數字就係我用印象講俾大家聽嘅 ，OK？ 即係慢慢 shift 緊去呢邊嘅 ，OK？ 由呢邊好早年就 shift 緊呢邊，其實兩個都會有好多問題嘅，唔係呢邊就會一定好過呢邊，呢邊好過嗰邊 ，OK？ 好多時就係兩邊都要遇到佢哋自己嘅 pros and cons。咁我先從一個維度講就係話呢啲問題喺邊度嚟咧？嗱，假設我哋呢個世界得兩個碌，係 A 同 B，OK？ 喺 decentralization 嚟講，其實最大嘅問題咧就係 breaking change。喂，兩間公司咧一邊喐咗，第二邊係唔喐得嘅，或者係一齊喐嘅。呢個事情咧先我哋遇到個最大困難。最大困難咧就係話，原來咧我哋成日都記得一樣嘢咧，有一樣嘢叫做 data model。我叫 domain model 啦 ，domain model 同 data model 其實唔同㗎，不過我叫佢咁叫就 OK。我哋有個 data model， 兩間公司無端端個 data model 唔同嘅喎。我哋要起一個 consortium， 係咪要生產一個單一嘅 data model， 令到呢個 consortium 可以運作？一般又係咁諗嘅，但係呢個方法其實好大問題嘅，就係話如果我哋係咁諗，咁即係話其實梗有啲人唔高興喎。舉個例子啊，我有個 consortium係食物嘅即係餐廳，大家樂大快活，冇理由同一個 data model 噶嘛，食物就一樣啫 ，data model 唔同噶嘛。銀行、匯豐同埋渣打 data model 唔同噶嘛，係咪先？無端端唔會又合到埋一齊噶嘛。所以大家一齊傾嘅時候咧，其實就會好容易咧就會傾咗啲compromise 咗嘅 data model arrangement 諸如此類 ，OK。咁而 breaking change 咧最容易出現咧就係話咧，當我哋係諗用傳統嘅方法諗 NT architecture 一層層，其實我哋最驚就係一層層。點解咧？好多時一層層 NT architecture 或者你話俾我聽叫啲乜嘢咧，就係有好多 dependency 唔係左邊同埋右邊，係上面同埋下邊啊。即係你唔係左邊就係匯豐，右邊係中銀，佢有 dependency。係匯豐自己或者中銀自己或者係某一間公司 A 公司自己，每一層之間都有 dependency。任何一層喐咗，大家一齊喐，呢個就係 NT architecture 嘅問題。OK， 所以咧，逢係有 breaking change 都好容易會 populate。呢個就係我哋遇到嘅第一個大困難。所以咧 dependency 嘅問題咧，喺呢度嚟講，我哋就最想解決嘅。第二個咧就係話咧，喺我哋傳統學習嘅階段咧，其實好多人讀書唔知喺邊度學翻嚟啦，睇 YouTube 或者係自學。原來咧就係學 OOP 嘅喎 ，object oriented 寫 Java。有冇人唔係學寫 Java 先嘅？或者有人唔係寫 OO 先嘅 ？OK， 有啲有嘅。其實大部分唔係嘅 ，OK。尤其是我撞到嘅HKOSCon 好多學生咧，都係由嗰度學咗出嚟嘅事。而出現嘅問題咧就係咧，原來我哋學 MVC 逢係3個字母諸如此類都係咁嘅樣㗎啦 ，OK。就係啲咩 MVC 咩 OOP 咧諸如此類都係中間會係一個 stable 嘅 architecture 嚟 ，OK。咁喺一個 monolithic 嚟講 ，stable 唔係問題嚟嘅，我哋砌咗好多。譬如用 Sphere 用 Tomcat 用 JBoss 都係咁砌㗎啦，係咪？冇問題嘅。但係砌 distributed network 唔得，因為你左邊同埋右邊如果各自都係 stable 嘅時候，佢哋點樣升 ？OK， 呢個好大問題嚟㗎。其實如果中間有 synchronization 嘅需求咧，其實咧你雖然下面嗰嚿即係顏色嗰嚿咧就叫做 blockchain 有 consistency， 但中間冇啊嘛。OK， 如果中間冇兩個 distributed network 一齊喐俾人 update 嘅時候，會發生咩事啊？OK， 最簡單就係 racing condition 啦 ，conflict 啦。OK， 我哋想防止 double spending 又喺嗰位度出現啦，呢都係有麻煩嘅。OK， 咁第三種 challenge 就係啲咩咧？就係如果我要起一個 consortium， 最容易出現就係咩咧？就係 middleware。middleware 唔係問題嚟嘅，我起一個 monolithic middleware 就預咗㗎啦，有 MQ 或者係有 identity server 或者有 centralized 嘅 storage。但係咧，你諗下，如果我係起一個 consortium， 裡面有10間公司、5間公司，喂，咁我哋要夾一啲 middleware 就好困難。咁我係咪如果舉個例子，我要用 MQ， 係咪要用埋同一個牌子嘅 Q 咧？或者係要個 topic 都要同名啦，係咪先？最低消費，就算唔同 Q， 你個 topic 都要同名，唔係都 subscribe 咧。咁所以咧，逢係有 middleware， 最容易出現呢樣嘢。咁而呢樣嘢喺邊度嚟咧？喺啲 vendor 度嚟，因為 vendor 傳統就係我嚟賣 middleware 㗎嘛 ，IBM、Oracle。佢哋就係想買呢件嘢俾你，但係我係最唔想喺 distributed network， 我就最唔想見到就係呢嚿嘢。所以呢個亦都係最大問題嘅。 咁所以我喺呢個 governance 咧喺上面咧，其實就會係一個 centralized set up， 同埋 centralized 咗要去管理佢。OK， 呢個亦都係我哋遇到嘅最大問題。data residency 嗱呢件事情咧，其實就好多人以為或者冇以為 OK， 唔知有呢個問題添啊。data residency 就係話原來咧我有兩間公司，其實我好多原因我都唔可以抄啲 data 俾你。你諗下，如果我哋有兩間銀行，中銀同埋匯豐，佢哋唔係朋友嚟嘅喎，無端端抄咩 data 俾人啫？你諗下係咪？我哋如果要起一個 blockchain network 叫做銀行界別，起一個 blockchain network 叫做 supply chain 嘅界別 ，OK， 大家樂同埋大快活係敵人嚟㗎嘛係咪啊？或者係美心係咪先？咁其實佢冇嘢可以抄喺對面嘅，咁究竟抄啲咩咧？咁我哋就諗啦，咁其實我哋一定有啲機制咧處理翻 data residency 嘅問題啦，即係話我哋有啲 data 可以抄俾佢。我哋明白嘅嘢 ，OK，common 嘅嘢可以抄俾佢，但係可能更多係唔得嘅。咁我哋其實好多時咧 design 一個 blockchain network 咧，好多時就係將好多精力擺咗喺 on-chain data， 然之後咧就諗住呢個 internet 嘅大世界咧，佢係我哋叫做 next level of internet 啊嘛 ，new internet 啊嘛，抄晒佢先咯。其實你諗下，喺個現實嘅商業世界，可能係唔準咁做，或者唔應該咁做。唔係你可唔可以做 ？OK。咁所以咧，我自己咧喺度諗呢個問題嘅時候咧，係或者我哋做呢個 design 嘅時候咧，撞咁多 project， 我就去 research 啦。咁我從兩個方向去 research 呢個問題。一個方向咧就係而家啲人好或者係好多我哋 IT 世界好興講 microservice architecture， 係咪啊？咁佢俾咗啲好多啟發我哋嘅。microservice architecture 就係講個底嘅 data 唔 share 啦 ，blockchain 個底係 share 㗎嘛。但係咧 ，microservice architecture 其實帶咗一樣嘢俾我哋好好嘅就係，佢哋好強調係 decoupling， 甚至係 isolation， 甚至係 separation by concern。OK， 大家都係用呢啲字啦，係咪？咁佢有幾條橋我哋可以抄嚟用嘅喎。OK， 第一條橋咧就係我覺得 DDD 幾好嘅 ，domain driven development 或者 domain driven design。咁我今朝聽到一個講法咧，就係HK01係咪呢位朋友啊 ？OK， 講 event driven architecture。咁其實 DDD 本身其實就係 event driven。OK， 通過將一啲 business event、business command 抌過去另一個 microservice， 令到佢執行你想要嘅嘢。OK， 就係其中一種手段去做 isolation 咯。OK，not limited to decoupling 啦，其實甚至係 isolation 嘅。如果你係一個 microservice 叫做係跨公司嘅，即係唔係同一間公司嘅，其實你係 isolation 嚟嘅。OK， 咁而第二樣嘢我哋學識咗就係10幾年前我哋其實已經見過，就係 event sourcing。event sourcing 喺邊度嚟？有冇人聽過 event sourcing？OK， 如果冇聽過咧，講少少俾大家聽。其實大家日日都用緊 event sourcing， 結咪 event sourcing 咯，係咪啊？儲 delta 唔係 developer 嘅，你由即係可能18歲你已經用緊 event sourcing， 點解咧？你銀行簿打簿，銀行存摺一行行咁嘅記錄，咪 event sourcing 咯，將啲 delta 喺度數落嚟。OK， 咁 event sourcing 其實講緊咧就係將唔同嘅 event 以佢個最新狀態呢個 delta 儲存喺個數據庫度啊嘛。OK， 呢個就係 event sourcing 做法。呢個嘢幫手喎。OK， 咁如果你有興趣咧，可以睇下喺 Google 一啲文章啊，關於呢幾個範圍。OK， 咁第二樣嘢咧，其實我覺得好值得參考嘅。OK， 除咗係 microservice 嘅 architecture， 第二樣嘢咧就係而家我哋好興寫 SPA 係咪啊？如果有人寫 client side 嘅話，有人寫 client side 嘅。OK， 有人寫 React 㗎，舉下手啊，應該好多㗎嘛。OK， 識寫 React 嘅係咪一定識 Redux 㗎？係咪？係咪一定識 Redux 㗎？唔識啊？靚嘅啫。OK， 咁你識我哋識寫 SP 嘅時候咧，好多時咧都會講有幾樣嘢咧，其實我哋可能可以抄得用得着嘅。第一個咧，我就會覺得係 Redux 啦。個 Redux 係一個 unit directional flow 嘅 architecture。其實咧，你諗下，如果我哋所有都以單一個 directional flow， 其實易 handle 好多嘅，會唔會係咁啊？第二樣嘢就係 stateless。我哋而家揾咗 blockchain 或者 hyperledger 處理個 blockchain consistency， 其實係 data 嚟啫嘛。但係 data 本身咧處理唔到 application state， 你嘅 application state 儲咗喺中層，唔係儲咗喺下層，對唔對？你唔係儲咗 data business layer 度噶嘛，你儲咗喺個 middle tier 度噶嘛。 如果你係 status，你就易處理啦。但係如果你 stable 咧，就會出現等頭先嗰個問題，就係話兩個 distributed node 之間你點樣去做 synchronization 咧 ？OK， 好，第三個唔講啦。OK， 咁所以咧，其實如果 all in all 咧，其中一種考慮嘅方法咧就係話，如果我哋揀 DDD，OK 啊，由第一個起點左，我呢邊 OK 啊，我呢邊叫做我呢邊 OK， 由我嘅右邊啊，出到嚟咧就係、我哋由一個 business command 1開始咧抌落去 API gateway 度。如果我有一個辦法將個 API gateway 轉做 business event 寫落 Hyperledger 度，會唔會易啲啊 ？OK， 呢個就我原始嘅想法嚟。所以咧，我就製造咗一個 library。OK， 呢個 library 就叫做 Fabric RX CQRS。OK， 就幫我手寫佢落去。嗱，如果你就咁寫 Hyperledger 寫唔到喎，點解咧？因為佢根本就唔係 event，佢 data driven 噶嘛，佢唔係 event driven 噶嘛。OK， 咁你跟我點有一個機制去轉換翻佢㗎，啱唔啱 ？OK， 咁所以咧，第一步咧，其實就係寫佢落去嘅時候咧，我轉翻做 event 先。OK， 咁而第二步咧就係、你讀翻佢嘅時候，因為佢係 event 嚟㗎嘛。咁你上翻黑色嘅部分，我如果有一個 library 將寫喺 Hyperledger 裏面嘅 event history， 即係話好多 event 啦 ，OK， 還原翻佢原狀，因為佢 delta 一定還原㗎嘛，等於你 git 你儲晒 delta， 你用嗰陣時唔係攞個 delta 出嚟用㗎嘛，係咪先？你唔係攞一個 git commit 出嚟用㗎嘛，你係攞成個 master 出嚟用㗎嘛。咁所以咧，其實我哋就需要一個方法咧，還原翻佢，成個概念就係咁嘅啫。咁如果我哋做咗一個黑色嘅東西，可以做呢件事情，其實就好簡單 ，OK？ 咁所以我喺呢度咧，其實我叫呢個咧就叫做一個 RX CQRS。咁 RX 係咩意思咧？其實我喺裏面用咗 reactive pattern， 用咗 event streaming 嘅手段咧，去做呢一個方法。咁所以咧，其實我做啲咩咧？就係咧，我喺呢個 library 度咧，其實我諗咗好耐，咁佢係一個 framework 啊，定係啲咩東西？咁我諗咗好耐，然之後我就會發覺其實為咗要簡單令到多啲人用到咧，其實一定唔可以係個 framework。OK， 最簡單就係一個 library。咁我揀嘅時候咧，我就揀咗用 Node.js 做呢個 library， 因為 Node.js 比較多啦，係咪？同埋咧做到一個好好嘅效果就係咧，如果 Hyperledger 我編曲唔寫 Java， 唔寫 Golang， 寫 JavaScript。呢個 middle tier 我包括埋 API gateway 我都係寫 JavaScript， 我嘅分人寫 JavaScript， 咁即係話我前中後途都係 JavaScript 嚟，咁會有發生咩事啊？至少請少啲人啦，係咪啊？你唔使咁多人搞嗰樣嘢啦，係嘛 ？OK， 或者少功夫啦 ，OK。咁我做一個 project 咧，其實咧就將所有嘢塞晒落去一個 model repo 度 ，OK， 前中後台 chain code configuration、DevOps tool。一個 Git 嘅 repo 包晒，因為點解可以做到咯 ？OK， 因為佢單一 language 啊，咁大家都揀到嘅話，其實做乜要揀幾種咧？其實啊，第二樣嘢咧，其實咧喺裏面咧，我希望達到個效果咧，就係咧可以將入嚟嘅就係 business command， 儲入嗰個 Hyperledger 就係 business event，OK， 同埋咧可以達到頭先嗰兩幅圖嘅喺個 unidirectional 嘅 architecture， 即係 Redux。其實我做咗一個功夫，其實就係你打開嚟睇嘅，就係咩咧？我就將 client side 嘅 Redux engine 咧移植咗去 server side 度 ，OK， 因為佢都 open source 嘅，我都抄佢嘅啫 ，OK。咁最底層嘅技術，其實我係冇重新發明嘅 ，OK， 我都係攞咗佢嘅 contribution， 再令到佢可以喺 server 度行到 ，OK。咁嗰個都做咗我3、4年。咁而咧我叫呢種狀態咧，其實咧呢個 package 咧點解叫 reactive 咧？因為我係用 event streaming 嚟做嘅，所以佢本身嘅引擎咧其實係 find and forget 嘅。第二樣嘢咧就係咧喺裏面咧，如果用咁嘅方法真係做咧，其實係全 stateless 嘅，即係個 middle tier 其實係唔會 carry 任何 stable information。OK， 咁而咧呢一度咧用咗咁 architecture 譬如啲之後咧，其實個 data model 都唔會喺呢個 layer 度出現，都會喺呢個 layer 之上出現。咁出現咗咩情況咧？就係話同一個譬如 Hyperledger 嘅 chain code， 或者呢套 library 本身咧係唔需要 carry 任何 data model。OK， 咁呢個事情可能對有啲朋友未必認識，咁可能遲啲我再有多啲時間解俾大家聽。咁而 decentralization 咧就係話，咦，當呢件事情 左邊右邊都用同一個方法走去做嘅時候，你就會發覺，咦，頭先個問題可能我最擔心嘅嘢解決咗一半嘅咯，其中一個就係 dependency。我曾經試過一個實驗就係咩咧？或者我做咗啲 sample code，我都 publish 出嚟。同一個 network 即係話 hyperledger network 同一個 channel， 我可以用同一個一模一樣嘅 chain code 行兩個唔同完全唔同嘅 application。因為個 chain code 本身其實係啲 event 嘅 handling 嚟嘅，其實佢唔 carry data model 咧，即係話我一個 banking 嘅 app 喺上面，即係嘅 API layer 上面，即係呢個上面空白嘅東西係咩都得嘅，即係咩都得嘅。你可以係一個 banking application， 可以係一個 supply chain application， 可以係一個 crypto application。呢個 architecture by itself 咧係 universal。因為呢一層或以下都冇 domain information。咁而咧，我會改個名俾佢嘅，我叫做 blockchain integration pattern。OK， 咁點解會咁咧？其實我喺度諗呢個問題嘅時候咧，我就喺度諗究竟咩叫 next level 嘅 internet？ 嗱，如果我哋想抄俾人，有 internet 咪得咯？咁使乜個 next level 啫？如果同佢做一模一樣嘅嘢 ，OK？ 咁我咁諗就係話，其實我哋需要一樣嘢就係話，我除咗抄嘢過去，我就要可以控制到抄咩過去。舉個例子，我唔想佢 on chain 嘅，我要有能力擺到 off chain data。你見得到我譬如同一時間，如果譬如我哋有一個 document save 咗落去呢個 hyperledger 裏面，抄咗個對面啦 ，OK？ 咁我係會有一個呢個 off chain private data， 可以有一個咁樣唔抄過去嘅機制。嗱，如果屬 hyperledger 嘅朋友，譬如今朝你聽阿 David 講，有冇阿 David 嘅 fans 喺度 ？OK， 佢應該跟住佢走。咁David 今朝已經講啦，其實 hyperledger 咧，佢哋有啲新嘅 features， 其中一個咧就係叫做 private data， 其實喺 1.2 已經有 ，OK， 但係喺 hyperledger 嘅 private data 咧有兩個 constraint 啦 ，OK， 我用 constraint 嚟用。第一就係佢嘅 private data 要 point to point 嘅，即係咧你只可以兩點 A 同埋 B 嘅啫，你唔可以 multicast 嘅，即係你唔可以一個 private data 抄俾幾個人唔得嘅 ，OK， 呢個係第一個 limitation。第二個咧就係hyperledger 嘅 private data， 佢係要 model 埋落去個 smart contract 裏面嘅，即係話咧你要用到佢個 private data， 你一定要將個 data model hard code 入去埋落去個 string code 裏面。呢個亦都我唔想做嘅嘢，所以咧我就諗咗一輪，咁一定已經出咗一輪㗎嘛。咁我就將呢個 off-chain data 概念咧抽離咗，喺 API 嗰層度 handle， 就唔喺個 smart contract 裏面嗰度做 ，OK， 就冇直接去使用佢裏面嗰個private data。OK， 咁要加翻落去可以嘅 ，OK， 其實我都有個 plan， 即係會唔會有啲 scenario 佢哋都幾好用，咁都可以照加翻落去，咁我都喺度研究中。OK， 咁所以咧唔難想像嘅，就係話咧，如果用咁嘅data pattern 咧，其實咁樣用 hyperledger 咧，remove 咗 dependency 之後咧，到你真係做一個 blockchain 嘅 application 咧，就會比較容易可以達到一個效果啦。OK， 就係喺 application 嗰層，即係話黑色同埋黑色以上，其實咧冇雙向嘅 dependency， 只有單向嘅。咁有咩效果咧？其實有冇人聽過 clean architecture 或者叫 onion architecture？OK， 其實我哋而家就implement緊呢個 architecture， 令到咧任何 application 咧喺一邊 ，OK， 如果喐咗，譬如左邊個 data model 可以 implement 一款叫做譬如匯豐嘅 data model， 右邊可以 implement 一個譬如隨便講啊渣打嘅 data model， 佢哋係唔使一樣嘅。咁我哋就可以減少咗呢啲 dependency， 令到咧你起一個blockchain 嘅 network 嘅時候咧，唔需要有咁多 coordination， 唔需要有大家協調出嚟，或者係要好高度協調嘅一個 data model。呢個就係我想話 achieve 嘅嘢嚟嘅。OK， 咁我就將呢個 library 其實initially 就 publish 咗一段時間，但係就冇好 active update。跟住其實我而家做緊啲 project 就 implement 緊呢樣嘢，同埋做緊啲 example， 因為個 library 本身其實係唔係咁容易使用嘅。OK， 係需要有個 application example 嚟到 demonstrate 佢點樣去handle。咁呢個我遲少少有機會，可能要多2-3個月或者3-4個月先有機會將一個 full stack example 列埋出嚟。OK， 好啦，我個 presentation 就係咁簡單。 OK， 我留啲時間俾你哋問下問題啊，好嘛？我呢個點解唔得咗？有時間。OK。
有朋友有問題 ？Anybody got any questions for Ross？
想問下，即係最近都做緊啲 HKOSCon 嘅啲 project 啦，咁就我哋喺討論入邊就遇到一個人問問題，即係提出咗一個問題啦，咁大家就喺度講話我哋用 Node.js 去做呢個用 Node.js 嘅 SDK 去處理啲問題，點係用 Java 嘅 SDK 去處理？你覺得即係呢兩種語言或者兩個 SDK 之間點樣會即係有啲咩考慮嘅範疇你覺得係重要？
我俾幾個考慮範疇你 OK。我自己咧對 Java 有偏見嘅，係個唔好嘅偏見 OK。我先 disclaim 我先啊。咁我以前都係我學 Java 嘅時候，我係1.0嗰陣學嘅。我唔係唔識 Java 有偏見啊，我係一個好長年嘅 Java programmer 嚟嘅。咁喺 HKOSCon scenario 咧，其實咧我覺得就算 HKOSCon community 自己咧，都係走緊去 JavaScript 去寫個 SDK 為中心嘅。我感覺係咁啦，至少 OK。舉個例子啊，譬如佢而家出到 1.4.1 OK， 佢出到 1.4 其實已經係 long-term support version 嚟㗎嘛。其實佢第一個版本我見到佢出咧，佢係出 TypeScript 同埋 JavaScript version 嘅。後尾呢個 SDK 咧都係先出咗 JavaScript 先嘅 ，OK， 就唔係出咗 Java 先。呢個就第一個 observation 啦。咁而咧，佢好多新嘅 features， 譬如話而家 1.4 嗰個 programming model， 其實佢冇，我唔知有冇話 OK， 如果有你提翻我啦，我感覺唔到有啦 OK。就係佢 1.4 嘅時候，佢話冇話 Java 會跟，或者係幾時可以跟到出嚟。但係佢而家 1.4 其實有個新嘅 programming model 就係今朝David 介紹就係嗰個 control API 係 high level control API， 即係以前 1.4 以前其實係 low level control API 嚟㗎。咁即係話其實自己 HKOSCon 自己都有 preference 喎，關於 engineer。OK， 呢個就係佢考慮。咁我嘅考慮就係咩咧？其實我喺我呢個middle tier 嘅寫法就我希望佢 stateless。咁如果你去寫 Java， 其實你就會慢慢導向咗你可能會就係有去翻啲乜嘢3個字母嗰啲咁嘅 MVC 啊、OOP 嗰啲東西嗰度寫 Java， 你一定咁諗呢件事情㗎嘛。即係 programmer 會方向咁諗。咁你話唔係咁寫都得 OK， 我覺得得嘅 OK。但係我個偏見就係可能比較多人會咁諗，就會寫翻一個 stateless 嘅 middle tier。咁對我嚟講咧就困難啦。咁我曾經一個proposal 我收到翻嚟嘅，我真係睇過。佢寫咗兩個。一個 distributed network OK， 一個係揾 Java 寫 middle tier， 佢就要寫翻個叫做 Java handler 嘅東西，將呢邊 A 同埋 B 做翻個 synchronization。咁我就問佢點解要咁做？係啊，升唔到㗎，冇辦法啦，兩個 JVM 一邊升嘅。但係佢真係有 stay 喺裏邊嘅喎，咁點啊 ？OK， 咁佢解完聽啦，我明白，我係要咁 handle 啊，係冇辦法啦，我哋咁但係我認唔認同佢手法就唔重要，但係佢有呢個問題出現。咁同埋佢又大食咁多為乜咯？咁頭先都講咗仲有一個原因就係一個人，如果我信係 full stack development， 咁我點解唔一個人寫晒3樣嘢咧？點解要拆散咁多樣嘢寫咧？你就算管理都難啲啦。
嗰個 JavaScript 嘅話，佢Node.js 一啲 package 嗰啲，佢好似成日會有版本嘅改變，咁嗰啲喺deployment 上面會唔會有負面嘅影響咧？即係你 Java 你 deploy 嘅時候，你淨係要 deploy 一個檔，咁入邊已經有齊晒咗。
嗱，其實咁嘅，如果你用 HKOSCon 嘅 Node.js SDK 咧，限咗係8.10以上至到8點幾嘅，其實佢用唔到9啊10嘅，即係而家出12都用唔到嘅。咁佢限咗你嘅，咁你需要喺個 package.station 入面 hard code 佢寫叫 strict engine 有個 version 8點幾咁樣噶嘛。佢規定係咁樣噶嘛，咁所以咧你 hard code 咗其實佢冇 dependency 問題嘅喎。如果係 chain code 嚟講， 因為你去寫死佢喎。因為你如果你唔係喺呢個 range of version 咧，其實你 compile 唔到添。咁咯。
同埋我最後一個問題就係八卦下啦，即係我個人對件事嘅睇法，我係對 JavaScript 同埋 Java 都有偏見嘅。
我唔緊要，因為嗱，我覺得呢個唔緊要，呢個所有討論都係基於自己 preference，冇所謂。所以最尾個問題就係話點解高個 SDK 好似冇乜進展？有冇任何？我都覺得係啊。嗱，我都覺得係點解咧？嗱，佢高攞嚟寫個引擎梗係好啦，梗係快啊嘛。因為你揾 Java 純粹引擎都唔夠高快㗎。係啊。OK。咁同埋佢冇嗰啲 CSP 嗰啲嘢咧，佢整嗰啲 protocol buffer 做底，佢冇理由揾 JavaScript 寫㗎嘛。OK。咁嗰個完全冇 doubt 嘅，OK， 唔應該做嘅啫，我覺得係。但係你話揾高走去寫，其實我覺得係咁嘅，係寫慣咗搣唔甩嘅啫。即係因為你 version 0.6已經係高嘅。OK， 咁佢哋一路咁跌咗落嚟之後咧，有好多人甚至有好多 project， 即係已經整咗，就冇理由拆咗佢噶嘛。甚至咧，我係聽過一啲朋友咁講咧，就係佢哋而家上1.4，佢都唔夠膽用1.4個 high level control API， 因為寫咗幾千行，或者幾百行 OK 嘅 low version， 即係 low level API 嘅高 version， 你真係搞佢驚又要做過啊嘛，係咪先？就係咁咯，咁雖然都有係啲現實嘅考慮嚟嘅 ，OK， 但係我又唔抗拒高喎，高都幾好啊，不過我都係咁講啦，如果你可以做到一個簡單啲嘅做法都唔錯。有冇問題？
我哋仲有幾分鐘先。Quick question 嚟啫，因為我頭先見你啲 slide 咧都有講話，其實而家都想掹走晒啲 stay 咁樣噶嘛。咁同埋有一句都係 OP fail 咁樣啦。我想問睇你做個 implementation 嘅時候，而家係咪已經係轉晒去做 functional programming 或者寫 pure functions 咁樣？
係100%，全部都係 pure function。
係，我哋可以問多1-2條。
咁有個好快 follow up 就係你對一啲比較 pure 嘅 functional programming 有冇咩意見？即係例如 HKO。
我嘅意見就係幾好啊！我冇唔好嘅意見咯。唔係我嘅意見就係咁嘅，個 learning curve 斜啦。OK， 如果要講佢好定唔好嘅話，functional programming 其實係有一個好唔同嘅 discipline 喺裏邊噶嘛。咁而咧咁啱我揀咗嘅，即係我解決我嘅問題啊，我唔係解決全世界所有人嘅問題啦。我解決個問題就係要做到 event driven。咁我如果要做到 event streaming 個效果，其實我冇理由唔係用 function composition 嚟去做噶嘛。啱唔啱啊？咁嗰條路其實好直率嘅，其實咧唔會或者係有人係咁做嘅，都幾多人曾經係咁做嘅，就係用 OOP 寫咗一個 event streaming 出嚟係有嘅，因為 OOP 自己係個 fixture 嚟啫嘛，佢上面嗰個係可以 streaming 噶嘛，佢自己可以係 OO 噶嘛。不過咁啱就係、我覺得就係不如試下 OK 做係寫一啲偶遇嘅，就不如試下做100% functional programming 做晒落去。睇下做唔做多落去啦，使唔使加翻啲啦？咁我發覺係唔使嘅，咁咯。OK， 咁然之後做出嚟嘅效果我自己都好滿意。OK， 咁你話做翻轉頭得唔得咧？咁我又唔否定咯，即係我唔否定其他人可能有做到嗰個效果出嚟，但係我而家我係100% functional programming做啲曲會少好多嘅，可以話俾你聽，係少好多好多。我曾經試過咧做啲 refactoring 咧，可能係少咗7-8成。少咗7-8成嘅，如果 functional programming 寫同一個 class base 嘅東西嘅話，
好，咁多謝 Ross 嘅分享。Thank you Ross for his sharing。咁各位，我哋下一節嘅 session 會喺4點正開始。Our next section will start at 4 o'clock. So we got 20 minutes break， 20分鐘時間休息。
browser has gotten 1% faster every week on average. To get you going, we surface the stuff you need first and keep the back end out of your way.
係
Hello, testing 1、2、3，1、2、3。
现在是最大的，我先选一个。
Okay, so we can get started. Our next speaker is Irvin Chen from Mozilla from Taiwan, and he will introduce to us the Mozilla Internet Health Report.
In 1 year, the Firefox browser has gotten 1% faster every week on average. To get you going, we surface the stuff you need first and keep the back end out of your way. And we pause the tabs you haven't used in a while, so pages load lightning fast. Firefox, now up to 80% faster than a year ago and still gaining speed.
Cool. Firefox is faster, so people please try Firefox. No, I'm just testing the video. Okay, I'm Irvin. I'm from Taiwan. I'm volunteers, and I volunteer in Mozilla communities. And I am going to introduce Internet Health Report, one of the Mozilla's projects from one of the Mozilla Foundation's projects. Mozilla is the complicated organizations. There are a Mozilla Foundation, and there are Mozilla offices around the world, and there are Mozilla communities around the world. So this is a project from Mozilla Foundation. Okay, I'm from Mozilla Taiwan community. Mozilla Taiwan community is doing Firefox localization to traditional Chinese for since 2004. So, and as we know, the second large traditional Chinese version of Firefox are Hong Kong users. So, yeah, thanks everybody for using our browsers, and you are also welcome to contribute to the traditional Chinese version of Firefox. And if you would like to join the communities, in the end of the presentation, there will be a link that you can follow. Okay, yeah, like I said, we do, our community, our volunteer community do this website. When you search Firefox, you will find the site, and the site is mainly totally managed by volunteers and run by volunteers. And all of the Chinese on the Firefox and on the Mozilla websites also is translated by volunteers. So we really need like everybody's help. Okay, back to the main topics. How healthy is the internet? This is the major questions we would like to ask today. So, well, first, what does Mozilla means by internet health? Mozilla thinks that internet is an ecosystem. It's a place that everybody can come, can build things, can represent themselves, can run business, can do anything they want. So the internet, as the Mozilla's belief, internet is the public resource that belongs to all of us, equality. So we don't want to the internet to be controlled by someone. We don't want internet to be like non-neutrality. So that's what Mozilla means by health. Okay, so what exactly is the Internet Health Report? The Internet Health Report is the combination of 70 and more articles from last year to introduce last year, the issues from last year. And there are 5 issues in the Internet Health Report, covered by the Internet Health Report. And it's the 3rd year of the health report. So you can find 2017 version, 2018 version, and the latest one is this year's version. We cover the same 5 issues, but different topics, different articles in every year. Okay, Internet Health Report is an open source initiative to document and explain what's happening to the health of the internet in last year. It's a combination of research, stories, and public comments from around the globe. And there are more than 200 people, 200 volunteers, researchers, professionals, and people from organizations to contribute to the Internet Health Report 2019 Health Reports. And the reports cover 5 internet health issues, which is privacy and security, openness, digital inclusion, web literacy, and decentralizations. And let's see the issues one by one. The first issue is privacy and policy, and the question is this safe? And Mozilla thinks that internet is where we could live, where we could love and learn and communicate freely. So to be ourselves, we need to trust we need the system to be trusted. And also the system should be protecting us. So this year we have 7 articles cover the different perspectives of the privacy and security, and we can take a look at 2 of them. One of the articles this year in the privacy and security is ransomware, and everybody knows ransomware. It's a kind of like a virus, a bad software, lock all of your files and asking you for pay some money to get your files back, or they will delete all of your files on your computer. And there's something came up from 2017, and in last year there's a research looking for the WannaCry, the famous ransomware, looking for the Bitcoin address of WannaCry. And this is one of the research that we found. In the first day of WannaCry, there are totally like $24,000 US paid to the WannaCry Bitcoin address. We don't know who paid it, we don't know who received it, but we actually know each payment, when and how amount each payment has been. And you can see that the payment has been made across the time in the first 24 hours. Yeah, it's like totally $20,000 US, and they are still victims until today. So it's one of the issues covered by the articles. Okay. And the second article we can share is in the privacy and security issues. In last year, there are many startups or corporations working on service that you can send in the samples of your blood, and they will help you to testing your DNA and tell you that is there any disease, or is there any disease of your DNA, or is there who is your ancestors? And there are many different companies like Ancestry.com, 23andMe, MyHeritage, and Family Tree DNA, and Mozilla is aware of these issues, and we have 23 reasons to tell you that to think again before you sending your samples to the DNA companies. Yeah. So if you are interested in trying to sampling your DNA, you can read the article. You should read the article first. Okay. And next issues. The next one is openness. The question is, how open is the internet? We believe that the internet is transformable because it is open, and everyone can participate in and innovating on the internet. But the open is not guaranteed, and it is always under attack. So we have, this year, we have 8 articles in these issues, and including the spotlight of the year. Let's more about AI. Let's take a look at some of the articles from the issues. The first one is that about the data. Everybody knows that internet companies, the biggest internet companies, rely on the advertisement income. And how do they make the income bigger? They do a targeting ads. They target your behavior, target your interesting, and show the relative advertisement to you. And how do they know that what you love, what you want to see, what you're interested in? There's the research to explain the whole infrastructure. The most of the internet platform, you share a lot of the information on the internet platforms, like your name, your real name, your gender, your friends, your blog contents. This is something that you share. And the second layer is that your behavior on the platform, which article you like, which article you see, and what kind of ads you clicked, what kind of the content you didn't click, and what device you use. Is it a phone? Is it a Mac? And and which article you click. So they use those of the behavior data as the second layer in combination of the first layer, the data you actually give out, and the second layer is the data they created from your behavior, and they combine the 2 layers of data, and then they come out. They use like a machine learning or some algorithms to think that who are you, what you like. Yeah, like your ethics, you are pregnant, or you are expecting a baby, or your professional relationships. They can use the 2 layers of data to guess those things about you. So we think that that's one of the problems. One of the problems is that most of the people just don't know the whole infrastructure, how the internet companies is targeting you. So this article is a very great resource for you to tell your friends how Google knowing that you are going to travel to some place, or how Booking.com knowing that I'm going to Hong Kong, and then they introduced a lot of accommodations in Hong Kong for me. So that's according to the information I give and the behavior I do, so that they can guess what I will go into. That's one of the articles in the openness. And the second articles I would like to share today is the texting social media in Africa. Yeah, for most of the people here, we don't pay any tax to use Facebook or to use Twitter, to use other social networks, to use WeChat. But in some countries, they are taxing people to do that. Like in Africa, especially in Africa, there are some different countries like here. Yeah, in Uganda, you need to pay daily tax of $0.053 to use the mobile phone communication apps. So actually, you pay tax to use WeChat, or you pay tax to use WhatsApp, in addition to the advertisement and some other things that you already saw by WhatsApp and WeChat and Amazon, things like that. Yeah. And then it's a new policy from 2018, and we already saw that the people using less communication service, they use the internet less after the policies. And there are also other countries like Uganda and other countries that considering the same policies. And the reason is that they say that they want to pay back to the telecommunication companies. Yeah. So it's happening, and what's the outcome of the policies? You can read more in the articles. Okay, and the next articles I would like to share in the opening is something about Hong Kong. There's the research last year in Hong Kong University, checking the WeChat news censorships, and that's a very interesting one. And if you don't know, I heard that it's very famous project here. It's called WeChat Scope. If you don't know that, yeah, you can check it later. They're checking 4,000 public accounts on WeChat and recording every news articles they published. And when one article disappear, it's been censored. So we can know that what WeChat is going to what topics WeChat is censoring, and they made the disappear articles appear on their projects. So it will become like a database for us to know that which kind of news China is going to censorship and is going to disappear. And yeah, it's a very interesting project, a very important welcome online. Yeah, we think that not only the internet is very important, and not only how many people get online, and also about the accessibility, and is it safe for them to access, and is it meaningful for them to access? It's been covered in 9 articles about in these issues. Let's check some of them. Yeah, the first one, the world's lowest internet is the expensive. There's a graph here. The graph here. The left is speed, and the right is cost compared to their daily cost, daily income. So you can see that the slowest the speed, the expensive the cost is. So that's one of the issues we need to address in the internet. And the second thing, it's good that half of the world's population is now get online in 2018. And here's the progress you can see. But that's statistic, 50%. So it's not balanced in every different region. So we can see the progress of every place. Like in Europe, they have 15% of people get online before 2007. And in Asia, we are not 50% yet. Yeah, we are only 47% this year, last year. And in developer and developed countries, you can see a very big difference. So that's one of the issues we would like to know, and we would like to think, we would like to consider it. And we don't only see the statistic like 50% of people is online. Yeah, not every place is in the same level. Okay, and the next article I would like to share is the bias of artificial intelligence, because there are a lot of artificial intelligence service and commercial service and products being sold and being using every day. But we need to consider the bias that bring on. If you train the model with some bias data, then the model will learn your bias. Like one of 3 women in color will fail to be like facial recognition, and the darker the skin, the worse the results. That's one of the bias, or the artificial intelligence model or services, commercial services will bring. And we need to understand the issues, and especially like deal with the issue if you run some of the services with the AI. Okay, and let's go to the fourth topic, which is web literacy. We believe that everybody should get online, but for some of the people, for some of the region, Facebook is online, and they don't know that internet beyond Facebook. So that's one of the problems. We need to make everybody able to read, to write, and to represent themselves online. So there are 7 articles about the issues in last year. We can check some of them. The first one is the addition machine. Last year, Android and iOS all together adding a new feature which is tracking your usage time of every different apps. So people believe that Facebook is like especially designed to make you feel very good. You post the articles and people click like and you get the response. So you're like posting more and people click more, people like you more and you get response. So it's like an addition machine, like a casino, like a star machine. And there are some research around this year. Yeah, we think that it's not really ethics and it's not really good. And yeah, if we should address these issues with those big companies and asking them to not to do so. Yeah, like Mark Zuckerberg said that in earlier this year, he said that he wants to make everybody spend the time spending on the Facebook more valuable. Yeah, he is aware of the issue. Maybe he's decided situations, so we should like especially care about the issues. Okay, the next one is the one of the one of the projects that spot the surveillance with virtual reality. There's it's a small game that tell people that there are a lot of sensors around you in the actual world in the cities, and it can help you to like understanding that how much sensors is now out on the world, on the road. Okay, let's get into our like last topic, which is decentralizations. Who controls it? Actually, in today, 8 companies control the whole internet, and that's very, very bad, very unhealthy to the internet. So we have issues to like, we have like 7 articles to discuss about the issues, and let's see 2 of them. The first is that how big is the internet company make money? Yeah, I said 8 companies, which is Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent. Actually, they control the internet from the services to the infrastructure. All layers of, all the like layers of the internet is controlled by those 8 companies. So that's very, very bad. And how do they make money? Yeah, for Facebook and for Google, for Baidu, they make money from advertisements, like more than 80%. You can see that. Yeah, and for Apple and Microsoft, they make money by sell products. So it's a different model. And for Alibaba and Amazon, they make money by like, sell you products, opening online market for you. And you can see it. And for Tencent, it's different. It's another different model. They do different things like from WeChat to advertisement to games. So that's one of the articles to cover the decentralization issues. And another one is this one. Everybody knows that. I just tell you that the internet is controlled by those big companies from the services to the infrastructure level, and there's some interesting things that we should know. That this is the underlying undersea cable of today, and from now to 2020, 2021, most of the new underwater cable, undersea cable, will host it. It's like by Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and Facebook. Yeah, they build a lot of new, like they plan to build a lot of new undersea cables to connecting all of their data centers around the world. So it's very, you can see the undersea cables from 1999 to 2022 or 2021. And recent years, so most of the new cables are from those 4 companies. And you can see that the cable connecting only little countries of them. Yeah, that's one of the issues covered by in the decentralizations. Okay, so why does Mozilla care about internet? Care about this, and what should you care? Because we think that online life is people's real life, it's your real life now. And we can make the internet better if we care it. What can you do? well, we think you can read, download, and share the report. The report is in the website version, and there's also a PDF version that you can print it out, and you can think for a question: is the internet more health now in your region, or it's not health now? And you can discuss the report with others. You can engage with the researchers and people in the report. And you can contribute to the next report. That's what I say. We want to know the progress and the project from the region you are. So if you know some of the good research or some of the researchers, some of the projects we should know or we should write to tell others, then just tell us. Yeah, check the report at the mzl.la/IHR, Internet Health Reports. And also join Mozilla Hong Kong's Telegram group. We have a Telegram group for Mozilla Hong Kong community. It's small, but yeah, we actively discuss Mozilla's related topics and we also run some events in Hong Kong. If you live here, you are based here, please join the groups. And we have a community booth outside in the lobby. If you have any questions, you can come to the lobby and also I also have some other projects to introduce to you besides the Internet Health Report, which you should come to see. Okay, we still have like 2 minutes, so I would like to show 2 additional videos to you. Yeah, that's some of our recent latest projects. Please join. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any questions? We have 2 or 3 minutes for questions. There's a question.
Thank you. So you just told us about the cables under the sea, where the big companies they invest money, they take control of the cables. But my question is there any practical way to make sure those companies is not gonna restrict some kind of communication for certain groups, because they have control over the cable? Is there any way to make sure they are not using it in a way not good for other users of the cable?
Yeah, I think that last year there's a very serious issues on net neutrality last year. So I think the best steps to do is promoting net neutrality and asking your local companies, local government to respect net neutrality. And there's another articles about the issues that we can do in this year's Internet Health Report that I can show you now. Yeah, it's also this year's Spotlight, 2019 Spotlight. It's the power of the cities. In last year, United States drew back the net neutrality. They seized the law of the net neutrality, but the New York City government, in combination of other 100 United States cities, that demands the internet providers to keep the net neutrality, or they will stop buying their services. So use the city's purchasing power. They demand the ISPs like AT&T to make sure then they will respect the net neutrality, which is you don't treat the data on. You don't treat the data from different service, from different usage differently. So net neutrality is a very important ways to ask for those big companies to you should keep the data flow, and yeah, you can you can slow down some of the data because it's against your services. Yeah, that's very important. So this article introduced the power of the cities and the communities that we can do. Yeah.
Any more questions? You had a question?
Thank you. Thanks for the talk. I noticed that there are a lot of, the health report has many different dimensions of health, and I'm just kind of curious if the report does if there's any kind of acts. In other words, do you give some organizations or regions a kind of rating? Is the report more general?
It's like a more general report, cover the stories and the projects other organizations or individual people's doing. So it's like a report that let you know more and learn more from other people from other projects. So it's like it's not a project doing things, but it's a project that introduces others like project. Yeah.
Any one more question? Any else?
Yeah, and also Mozilla is doing some of the real actions on the Mozilla Foundations and Mozilla Corporations both. And there are a lot of different projects. And we also sending monies to the researchers or to the activists that working on the internet health. It's called Mozilla Grant. If you have friends doing research or doing projects that make the internet more healthier, tell them looking for Mozilla Grant. We have money to sending out to help them building the tools or help them. Yeah.
All right. Okay. If there are no more questions, thank you.
Okay.
Let's see. What resolution am I gonna get? It's always a surprise. No, I think I only have DP and FGA. Oops. That'll work. Or did you test only the HDMI? Do you only use the HDMI adapter? Oh, you have. Do you have USB-C? No, I have only DP and VGA. Okay. No, mini DP. Mini DP.
Well, let me see if we got any DP to.
This is mini DP.
Yeah, I know.
But I have VGA. I mean, I don't think that's gonna go away anytime soon. It's too easy. Let's see where it works. Computer sees it, but yeah, it's probably not hooked up on the other side. So maybe you need to change the source. What format are your slides? Or do you want to show videos? Well, it's just slides, so I think it scales.
We're going to need 1 minute to resolve an adapter problem, and then we'll get started.
Like I remember how my talk is even set up. Well, not really.
Oh, maybe I can spare the laptop.
Yeah, sure, I can upload the slides.
Let's check it. It works.
Yeah, I have them on HTTP if somebody wants. What if you have web? It's already on the online, so.
Yeah, just put it on the.
Yeah, I have it put on HTTP, so you can just download it. Just.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Okay. So it's on the.
Okay, well, I think if this works.
Let's try it.
No.
Oh my god. So
That's complicated.
Oh, so you are the
No.
We
It's okay.
We
It's
switched
okay.
laptops. So
No.
this is the
Let's
backup.
try with this one.
Try this one then.
Oh yeah.
That was the. We were working on the backup plan. Yeah, we have some fallbacks instead. Oh, so you have VGA.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so you need this one. Yeah, then we don't need the Windows display one. Oh no, the problem is that we want to also have analog and digital signals. Yes, to capture the sound or. Yeah, but we cannot.
Well.
Oh, yeah, we have here.
Oh, it works with this one? Oh, okay.
This is visible. So it's better than using VGA. Yeah.
But if it goes through VGA, it's going to be analog anyway. I don't know.
I was going to say. How is that going to make a difference?
It's not connected. There's no signal. There's no signal. There's no signal.
Let's go direct.
You mean this one and here? Okay. No. Wait a second. Which one? We need this one. So we need to go in here.
That's
How do we do that?
No.
Let's try that, but I don't believe that's gonna make a difference. Can we just go back to the other laptop because this is gonna take too long?
Oh yeah, that's all.
Now it's well, yeah.
Yeah, I guess we use the ones instead.
So where's next? Then full screen. Okay, maybe you need to do the mirror.
Mirror. Display.
Okay, so they're almost ready there. So our next speaker is Remy Denis Courmont, and he's going to tell us the latest news in VLC and open source media. All right, thank you.
You want to use this one? Yes. All right, I guess everybody can hear me. And good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, just a short disclaimer that this is my personal opinion and not my employer's opinion. So before I go down to the talk, just a very quick introduction about myself. I joined the Videoland project or VLC about 15 years ago. And I've continued to work on it initially as a student and now as a volunteer, but on my daytime I do something else with some Chinese company. VLC itself is more than 20 years old now, and this is something we covered already 5 years ago at the keynote in this same conference. But it's been an open source project since 2000, so almost 20 years. And we have our own foundation separate from the university since 2008, so 11 years ago. In total, over time, we have accumulated more than 700 contributors. Well, if you were at the FreeBSD talk this morning, they were talking about presenter was talking about there's a project and then there's a foundation. So we also have a similar setup. We also have a foundation which is called Videoland, and the members are mostly developers and contributors. We are very small. The budget is like 5-6 digits in euros or dollars, so it would be one more digit in Hong Kong dollars. And we only have donations essentially, so this only covers attending conferences like myself today, or infrastructure and our own conference, the Videoland Developer Days. So the Videoland Developer Days, it's basically the open source multimedia conference, more or less. The only other open source multimedia conference I'm aware of is the GStreamerCon, and that's GStreamer specific. We are not GStreamer specific or anything specific, so we have VLC, we have MPV as well, and we have all the major open source multimedia projects coming usually. And for the first time this year, it will probably be outside Europe, probably in Japan, but nothing confirmed yet. So the foundation, besides VLC Media Player, also has a whole bunch of projects, notably multimedia support libraries, the Blu-ray, which as the name implies, is doing Blu-ray playback, Another important one lately is David, or Dave1D, which is an AV1 decoding library. I'll get to that later. And of course, we have our website where you can get the latest info and download the last version of the player, at least for Windows and Mac OS. If you're on Linux, and you can typically download it from your package manager. So the talk is about VLC, so let's get to that. Well, the last release is 3.07. Actually, the statistics there are way out of date, I think, but we have well over 2 billion downloads in total over time. And we have estimated that VLC is installed on about 1 in 6 macOS computer, and within the top 15 Windows applications. But of course, this is just an estimate. It is most certainly the most popular in terms of installation number of software developed in France, at least. Although we do have developers like myself outside of France. But we already had a presentation 5 years ago about the architecture and history of the project, so I'll be highlighting today mostly the news. So 3.0 is the last major release. It was made sometime last year. And so what new stuff do we have? Because, well, it turns out that multimedia playback is still something that keeps changing. Even so, well, playing videos, something that we've been doing with your VHS tapes for 25 years now, or 30 years. But we do have a bunch of new things coming all the time. So one of the big new things in 3.0 was that we finally support proper browsing of network resources. So now you can access your not only just remote files, but also remote directories. So you can actually connect to your FTP or Windows network share on the local network and enumerate your videos and click on it and not just have to know the URL and copy paste it manually. We also support UPnP and AV, or as it's often called, DLNA. And we have also SSH file transfer, so SFTP, and a bunch of other small protocols. I think we also support NFS natively even. We have improved HTTP support. HTTP is now the main protocol for streaming video on the internet, in addition to being the main internet protocol, period. We have added support for cookies, which was necessary to play some videos back when there's some redirection or other such things. Most importantly, though, we have vastly improved and extended the adaptive or segmented streaming support. This is a maybe technically correct word for marketing names such as Apple Live Streaming or HLS, HGS, MPEG-Dash. These are all essentially the same thing. It's doing live streaming by sending small files over HTTP. And it's actually not really large because small files, each file will contain at least a few seconds of video, so you always have a delay of a few seconds. And well, it's a bit stupid, but that's a constraint of how Apple has invented this in the first place. And we also support, VLC itself also supports now HTTP2, or Speedy as it was known before. We don't have HTTP 3 yet. I hope we'll have it soon. In terms of streaming, what's interesting about HTTP2 is that we can seek much faster, or we can change resolution much faster. Of course, key feature of HTTP2 is that you can download multiple files at the same time, and that's not something that we really care about for multimedia, but that's something that you would care about in a browser. But anyway, so there are some benefits to HTTP2, and there will be some benefits to HTTP3 also in media playback context. So that's why we worked on it. On the input format level, we support ever more compressed archive formats like zip files and such. We have added support for capturing desktop audio on Windows, so you can actually record the audio coming from other applications into the player. And as usual, we support ever more combinations of file formats and video codecs or audio codecs. But I'm not going to make a list because it would be very, very boring. One major new feature that came out since last we spoke here is full support for hardware decoding acceleration. So this is when you decode the video, the compressed video on the GPU or on your graphic card and not on the main processor, which saves power, and sometimes it's even sometimes it's the only way to decode the video in real time because your processor just can't do it fast enough. So we did have hardware decoding for a long time, but originally we were pushing the compressed video to the GPU and then decoding on the GPU and then copying back the decoded video into main memory, where we were then processing it on the CPU and then copying it back to the GPU for actual output. And that was extremely slow because copying the video, the raw video frames from GPU memory or video memory to main RAM is actually quite slow. If you think about it, full HD is about 2 gigabits per second of data decoded. 4K is 2, 3 times, 4 times more. It's an enormous amount of data, and it was just not reasonable. So now we actually do it properly. We just push the decoded data, the compressed video to the GPU, which is small amount of data, or relatively small amount of data. Decode it on GPU, process it on the GPU, and render it on the GPU so it stays there, and we don't have to do pretty slow copying. So we support all the major decoding APIs, VA API and VDPU on Linux, and then, well, the other ones on the proprietary operating systems. Another major change we did in the last couple of years is support for video orientation. Yeah, well, it's what people used to call the vertical video syndrome. So it's nowadays people record a lot of videos with their mobile phones, and when you do that, the video will be in portrait orientation. And usually, when you see the video on a computer or on a TV, it's in landscape. And so far, so good. It just means you have big black bars on the side. The problem is that the sensor on your mobile phone is actually sideways. So it actually thinks you're doing a landscape video shoot, even so you're doing a portrait video shoot. And what then happens is that in the file, in the MPEG-4 file, there's just a few bits that say, oh, by the way, this video is rotated 90 degrees. So when you decode it, then you should rotate it 90 degrees after decoding to show it in the right angle on your monitor. And for a long time, VLC didn't handle that correctly. Now we do. So the problem, though, is that back when we didn't, people complained that we didn't. Now that we do, people complain that we do support this, because, of course, there are people who have overcompensated for the problem, and they changed, they adapted. Basically, they worked around it by doing something else, and now the video is rotated twice instead of being rotated once, and now we get people complaining that, why are you handling this? You shouldn't handle this. We already have our solution. So we can never get people happy, but that's life. Anyway, so it's supported, basically, and actually, yes, normally the rotation or the square rotation will be done on the GPU, so it's actually almost free in terms of computational effort. You don't have to have the CPU manually moving all the pixels around. We have improved our video rendering support. I don't know if something is wrong with the signal. So we are now switching to OpenGL by default on Linux. If you have a very crappy or very old video engine, I'm sorry, newer VLC versions aren't going to work very well on your machine. Xvideo, which is what we would use in the past, is really not up to standards anymore. You can't really render subtitles properly with Xvideo. You cannot do 10-bit with Xvideo. There's so many things you cannot do with Xvideo that it's not even funny anymore. And really, there hasn't been, I think there hasn't been a GPU that had really Xvideo support for more than 10 years now, unless it was just a wrapper for OpenGL anyway, so we dropped that. The benefit is that we will support 10-bit and proper subtitle rendering. You won't have to downscale the subtitles. If you have, for instance, so DVDs are in 480p, so low standard resolution, quite low resolution nowadays. And if you use Xvideo, you had to put your subtitles in the same resolution as the video so that you could paint the subtitle on the video, so you would have subtitles in 480 as well, which would be very, very blocky. And especially for Chinese subtitles, it's pretty bad because you have such fine font that you can barely read the ideograms. So now we don't have that problem anymore. We can render the subtitle in the screen resolution and full. So typically your screen will have a higher resolution in your video, so you will have a fine, nicely scaled font, especially good in Asia. Well, we also support DirectX 11 on Windows, and one of the major features that have been asked a lot is Chromecast output. So now you can just click one or two buttons on VLC, and if it has detected a Chromecast device on your network, it will automatically move the video to your Chromecast. Unfortunately, if the video format is not supported by your Chromecast device, and the computer will have to do the conversion on the fly, and that might cause some performance problems. So that's something to keep in mind. There's no magic here, but usually it works quite well. Another thing is audio. Now, I used to say that audio is a solved problem, and the reason for that is, well, we have lossless audio codec already for 15 or 20 years, FLAC, for instance. But it turns out that audio is not quite finished yet. There's ever higher number of channels. So there was monophonic and then stereophonic and then 5.1 and 7.1, and there's even people doing 22.2. And then they pushed it even, some people, I think especially Google, have pushed it even beyond that. They have so-called object-oriented channels. So basically, or ambisonic, as is a trademark, or not a trademark, but a branding. And basically it's saying that you can define an arbitrary set in your audio track. You can define an arbitrary set of objects with positions, like basically solid angles where it is compared to the viewer. And then the computer will, depending on your speaker layout, will map and do the triangulation or whatever. The map is a matrix mapping down to the number of speakers that you have. Turns out that doing this wasn't actually that simple, because there's a lot of metadata you need to carry around from the file all the way to the audio output, but now it's working. And so you get this funny layout where you can have objects around you, and if you have at least if you have a surround system at home, then it will sound like the sound is coming from different direction, as it should. A few other things, we have tickless audio, which means that, well, if you're playing audio only, so no video, and you pause, VLC no longer burns your CPU doing nothing. It will actually stop using a CPU. That's something you don't really notice until you notice that it has dried your battery on your mobile device. But we have systemd logging support. Well, who cares? And something that I usually emphasize especially in outside Western Europe, is that we finally have Unicode support for the console, so you can. So if you're on Chinese local and you get the online help, the command line help, it will actually show properly, and we won't split in the middle of a multi-byte sequence. So you will actually get your proper Chinese character, and at the end of the line, you won't get some question mark or some weird stuff because it has cut the text in the middle. And well, actually, this is an example in Russian, but yeah. So same problem in Russian anyway, it's Unicode. So that was 3.0. What about what's coming real soon now with 4.0? Well, some statistics first. As of today, we have 8,000 and some changes made compared to 3.0 from 123 different contributors, of which 35 have actually done more than 10 changes. There's no real release plan yet. 6 months ago, I said it was going to be in summer 2019. I'm pretty sure it will not be summer 2019 now. But let's see. So one of the major things for developer side, at least, is that we are planning to switch from the old Auto Tools to Maison, which would make building the VLC a little bit simpler. It's one of the notoriously most difficult software to compile in the open source world, because we have so many dependencies, and especially cross-compiling from Linux to Windows is not exactly easy. We have improved the MPEG-TS streaming. So for the longest time, there were 2 ways to stream MPEG-TS. So MPEG-TS is, for those who don't know, is a de facto standard internationally for live video. So that's what digital television uses over the DVB-T or local equivalent. It's also what's used on satellite TV and cable TV. Well, basically all digital TV uses that. It's also what's used for now internet live video streaming. So for 15 years, we could do it directly over UDP, which is pretty bad because error handling is completely missing. or slightly much better RTP with audio-video profile. But there's now two different competing standards that came out in the last few years from the broadcasting industry for actually doing proper live streaming over IP links. One is RIST, it's Reliable Internet Streaming Transport. It's basically a weird variant of standard RTP with feedback. And in IT, well, in standard terminology, feedback here means error correction. This means that if you see that one bit of data is missing, you just ask it to be resent. The other alternative is secure, reliable transport from High Vision. And that's, I think, based on TCP. The big highlight of SRT compared to the other ones is that it supports encryption, so it has built-in AES. More that said, I think probably RIST is probably better than SRT. It's more open. On video codec side, well, there is one major new video codec. So as some of you probably know, for a while there was H.264 and then there was H.265. And then people thought there was going to be H.266. Well, no, there isn't H.266. Instead, well, all the big companies plus Mozilla and Videoland and a few other entities have joined efforts to try to define the open codecs that wouldn't, open video codecs that wouldn't have patent encumbering it. And this has been kind of based on the DALA effort from Mozilla and XIF organizations. Now it's called AV1. So it's made by the Alliance for Open Media, AOM. And so in VLC, we now have decoding working fine. As I was mentioning earlier, we even have our decoding libraries that we publish open source one and with very liberal licensing terms so that you can use it in other projects if you want to. Now the point here is that there is a reference decoder part of the specification, but it's extremely slow and inefficient, so we have made our own production ready, so to speak, decoder. So it's ongoing work, so optimization are still being added. And well, on the encoding side, I think some improvement, at least in the open source community, are going to be necessary until we get, let's say, reasonable speed to performance trade-offs. But anyway, we, as a player, VLC is already 200 AV1 now, and it will probably kill the H.266 standardization effort because there isn't much point in having a patent encumbered codec when you have a non-patent encumbered one that has the same performance. So AV1 is actually optimized for multi-threaded decoding and encoding. It is basically trying to be even more efficient in terms of bitrate, quality to bitrate than H.265, but of course it's much more computationally intensive. On the video rendering side, which would be the last step on the pipeline, again, like you would have thought for years that video was basically done, you just increase the resolution all the time. Like there was SD, and then there was HD, and then there was full HD, and then there was 4K and 8K. But there are other things happening. So we have high bit depth support, sometimes called high 10p or 10-bit. The idea is that just instead of having 8 bits per, not per pixel, but per color component per pixel, so typically 24 bits per pixel, we have 10 bits or even 11 or 12 bits. Sounds easy, but it turns out that handling it all the way to the screen is actually not that easy because everything has been assuming for decades that everything is 8 bits. And also because suddenly your pixel value does not fit in 1 byte anymore and you need 2 bytes. So there's a whole lot of more data and different packing formats or pixel formats that you have to handle. So it's quite a bit of work. And lastly, if you're trying to play a 10-bit video and you have an 8-bit monitor, an SDR monitor, standard definition, whatever that was, then you need to do some weird tone mapping algorithm because you're reducing the, well, basically you have colors in your video that your monitor cannot show because they are beyond the range of your monitor. And for instance, I can't even give you an example because this video projector here doesn't support 10-bit, and in fact, my video card on this computer might not support 10-bit either, or that I don't know. But so And that's a non-trivial problem, but we have one guy working on open source algorithms to solve that. Stereoscopy is also one thing that might or might not happen. It's maybe not so trendy anymore. It was a big hype a few years ago. It's basically 3D, so it's having two different views for each, one for each eye. Well, we sort of support that now if you have the correct equipment to see it at least. And of course, ultra-wide angle, that's 360 as it's known. Currently, it only works on Windows, but basically we have implemented the decoding and the metadata and well, the geometric algorithm to basically remap the rectangle video back into some kind of cylinder or hemisphere or whatever you need to show on the screen. Because of course it's still the video, the 360 video is still encoded as a rectangle, but there's some weird geometric mapping that distorts it, so that it's actually, of course, when you show it, it has to be back into the spherical signal that it was originally. And lastly, we will probably support Vulkan, which is the next generation open API for well, graphic rendering and graphic computation. So basically, it's the successor of OpenGL. And again, I think the same guy who's working on tone mapping is working on doing Vulkan at the moment. We have vastly improved our playlist. It used to be a weird tree with some things that were coming dynamically, something that were static. Now it's an actual playlist. Hopefully we'll have a lot less bugs than we used to have. And in parallel to that, we'll have a unified media library where you can, well, what you would expect from a media library, so tracking the files that you have on your computer or on your cloud or on some podcast or whatever. And you'll probably also have, as part of that, cloud storage access, so you'll be able to view videos from whoever your cloud storage provider happens to be. We have finally working, we'll have finally working Wayland support. It was extremely experimental and unusable in 3.0. So for those who don't know or remember, Wayland is kind of the successor to X11, the rendering video, or the graphic rendering API on, or window management API on Linux and other open operating systems. So we support EGL, OpenGL, Vulkan, or just a plain scalar, which is just bitmap support in Wayland. And we finally have input event working, so you can actually resize the video or press buttons or play with the mouse, which was not working before. Unfortunately, with Wayland, you can't do screen capture, and that's a security feature of the protocol. The Wayland protocol designers, they don't want random applications to be able to steal basically the output of other applications, because that's seen as a potential privacy issue. So that's one problem. But well, we are trying to cooperate with desktop, well, KDE, mostly KDE, to actually solve that problem in a nice way. Other things, we have WebVTT encoding. That's web subtitle format. Basically, it's some kind of XML format. We have Hive file format, which is something that Mac people tend to use. It's some video recording format. And we have HDMI audio pass-through, so that's, well, if you have a surround system connected via HDMI, you can now handle the newer codecs like DTS HD or whatever the name was, and well, the new version of DTS and Dolby, basically. You can now get them through the HDMI link as encoded data, so that you will have the surround working correctly. Otherwise, if you decode them on your computer, then usually you can only get the stereo through the HDMI cable, which is a bit stupid, but we didn't, it's not my fault. There's nothing we can do about that. So beyond this, well, that's things that I'm guessing might happen. OpenGL 4.0, 4.x with memory objects is something I would really like to have, because that would allow like sandboxed decoding for security purpose, especially. Better support for hardware video encoders would be very nice for, especially for things like Chromecasting or DLNA. While you stream to the network, you would want to use your hardware to re-encode the video in a format that works for the Chromecast device, or whatever other device you might have on the other end. tickless video output, well, like tickless audio output I mentioned earlier. And well, missing platforms, we support a hell of a lot of different platforms, some pretty dead, some very much alive. I mean, besides Windows, macOS, Linux, Android, iOS, Xbox. I'm hoping we're gonna have WebAssembly soon. Windows on ARM is being worked, also I'm not sure if it's gonna be useful in the end or not. I don't think we're gonna have the Sony console because they just don't have an open API for us to use, so we can't do much. Same thing with Nintendo, unfortunately. And I think I'm more or less done. So if you want to join, it's a fairly small scale project, even so it might look big. Typically at any moment you only have 10 or so people active. And there's always stuff that needs to be done, and there's a huge demand for people in this field, so if you've been involved, then it looks really good on your CV. But if you want to contact us, then you can find us online. Thank you. Any questions?
Does anybody have a question here?
If I'm recalling correctly, you were absent from the Apple App Store for a little while. Are you able to share any background on the history of that?
That's quite old story at this point, but yes, at some point we were, well, first we were not on App Store because there was no app, and then somebody added the app without checking that the licensing was okay, so then it got pulled. But now VLC has been, I think I mentioned it already like last time, VLC has been relicensed mostly in LGPL, except for some components which are not relevant to the mobile versions, but all the stuff that you find on the mobile is LGPL, which is actually supposed to be compatible with the App Store terms, and so VLC has been on App Stores for quite a few years now.
Any other questions? I have a question or two. I'm very excited about the upcoming releases. Last time I talked to one of you guys, said version 4 is going to be 3 or 4 years before it's going to come out. So 2020 sounds really early to me.
Yeah, I mean the problem is of course feature creep. People keep adding new things, and it's like, oh, it's almost there, we can just add it, and then oops. We don't do time boxing, so I don't know. It's personally I think we should, but well, we don't, and it's not just my decision. Now, to be fair, we do have people paid to work on VLC now. I don't know where do they get the money from. I'm not in that business, but so I'm reasonably hopeful that we might get something working. I mean, we have rejected some features that we said like, okay, no, this is going to be 5.0 or 6.0 because we're just never going to get done. Having said that, at the moment, if you try the online snapshot, the UI is a complete disaster on the desktop. There's an ongoing rework of the UI, which in a way was long overdue, but currently it's half done, and it's terrible. So it's going to take a long time to fix it. So I don't see that being done until the end of this year. But I think 5 years is a bit of an exaggeration, maybe.
You mentioned the UI. That was actually my next question. Is that's also what I heard, that you're going to completely redo the UI. And one of the things I understood comes out of that is that the Mac and the Linux UIs will be unified.
Yeah, so the Windows and Linux UIs have been unified forever, more or less, well, ever since we had Windows version. And that's being redone. This is a consequence of redoing the playlist, which I was mentioning earlier. And I mean, to be consistent with the new concept of playlist, of course, you need a new UI. At the same time, I think the guys who are doing it will probably rework a lot of other things that were not necessarily that good anymore. I don't think we'll have really a unified UI with macOS because for whatever historical or technical reasons, we have a separate implementation for macOS. Having said that, probably yes, concepts will be more similar than they might have been now. But no, I really don't think we're going to have the same UI on both sides because, well, I mean, ultimately it's down to how well Qt 5 supports macOS, and if the people who do the macOS UI prefer to switch to Qt 5 and only do a few things on top of it, or keep their own fork, or not fork, but separate UI. So I'm not one of the macOS developers myself, so I don't have the decision power there. I mean, it's the one who codes is the one who decides in the end here.
Yeah, I have a Mac, and I'm actually really annoyed by the Mac interface because it's not like the Linux one. It feels more crippled in some reason. Some things that I can do on Linux, I cannot do on the Mac, and it's kind of annoying. But that's a topic for another day. Last question is a feature request or a question about the playlist. One thing I'm really missing is the ability to have multiple playlists and be able to manage them separately. So the idea is when I have a loader playlist in a file that VLC understands that this is a list, and if I load another playlist, it's a different list, and it doesn't just merge everything together, and I can switch between multiple lists.
So the new playlist, as we call it, playlist is just really the list of things that are going to be played. Now the media library is a database of resources that you might have and that you can organize, or you're supposed to be able to organize it however you want. It's work in progress, so and I'm not directly involved with it, so I'm not going to commit on things that I don't control. But certainly, the idea is to have some organizable database that should work better for that sort of problematic.
So, did anybody else have any more questions? All right, thank you. That's it. So that's it for today. We don't have any special announcements, so other to say that see you back here tomorrow morning. We start at 10 o'clock again, like today. So you can come here between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock the talks will start. And thank you for coming, and I hope you had a good time. And when are we closing the tables downstairs? How long can people stand, talk to people at the tables? No, I mean the table room, how long is that open? When are they locking up? If they want to talk to people, still like half an hour or?
Maybe 10 to 15. Because we also.
Okay, so it's, they'll have a few more minutes, 10, 15 minutes, and then everybody will leave. All right, thank you.